And good morning, we're live. How is everybody this morning? How we doing today? Mr. Strike First, of course. Thanks for being here, my brother. Appreciate you, appreciate you, appreciate you. How we doing today? Excuse me. Another beautiful day in the month of May. How about that? I'm a poet and didn't even know it. Gotta love it, right? Or maybe not. Who knows? Who cares? Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Let me get this shared out. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. We are live. We are live. Another beautiful day. Good stuff. Can you hear that music clearly when I do that? Or is it all muffled and shit? I was trying to find a version of that that kind of fit my personality, and that's more along the lines of what I am. So appreciate you, bro. By the way, for all you know what I'm talking about, the little things you do. Much appreciated. Good deal. Good deal. That's what I wanted. Yeah, you are appreciated, sir. That's for sure. Just in case you ever wondered, you definitely are. What's going on this morning, bro? Anything new and exciting, or anything crazy, crazy? Giving some time for everybody to pop in here. Just chilling. Gotcha, gotcha. That's all good. some time for some peeps to pop in here. There she is. Good morning, Miss Brandy. Good to see you, hon. Welcome, welcome. As always. By the way, that was a great stream last night, guys. I really liked how that went. Very impressed with it. All you guys, it was awesome. Of course, the after bullshit afterwards is always, there's always got to be something that ends the night with some kind of fucking bullshit drama. So you know how that went. But whatever. Again, I don't care. But besides that, that sighting was great. Or that sighting, that stream was great last night. I really enjoyed that, the way it went and the way everybody was in there. Everybody was very respectful, regardless of the situation and the conversation we were having. That's the way I would like it to go on a regular, but it doesn't always work that way, unfortunately. But last night was great. Thank you guys for participating and being part of that. How are you today, Miss Brandy? Good. How's the little one doing? I'm okay. I'm good. I'm good. Great. Thanks for asking. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Good. Good to know. Good to know. These are not. It's not cool. I was always real sad about that whenever my little ones would get sick. 'Cause they feel they're pitiful, and you can't really do much for them. Good morning, Miss Heather. How are you today, dear? Good to have you here. Exactly. Exactly, Brandy. I understand completely. Gotta be careful. Once again, I wanted to thank you, Heather, for last night. Last night, I was very pleased and very happy with last night's stream. And you took part in that. So thank you very much for making that happen or helping that happen the way it did. I was very pleased with that. Um, it was that's the way I'd like for it to go. We can have people from both sides having a conversation without blowing up at each other and acting crazy. That would be nice. That way, everybody can voice their opinions and we can understand it. So I don't know. It's never going to always be that way, but last night it was good. I was very pleased, very pleased with that. Very much so. I'm doing okay. Thank you so much for asking. guys up to this morning. It really was, Brandy. It was a very nice, calm, relaxed, Q&A type scenario. Everybody had a chance to say their piece about things. We all acted like adults. I really enjoyed that a lot, and towards the end we did a little, you know, going down memory lane from the reason why we're all here to begin with. I really enjoyed that too. So it worked out very well for me. I mean, of course, there was the bullshit drama after the fact, but it is what it is. Can't have one without the other. So so be it. I'm gonna as soon as I get some more people in here, hun, I'm gonna do those. I'm waiting on. I want to get started and then have 8 more people pop in or 5 more people pop in and go back and read. It's kind of a pain to do that sometimes. So I'll get it started here shortly. Glad to see you guys are interested in that kind of cool stuff. I've always enjoyed going through these kinds of things. I like getting everybody else's analysis or their opinions on it too. Because there's so many of these things over the years, and half of them are, well, who can tell, but have that they're. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Heather. It seems like it's going around pretty good. Are is it COVID with any of them, or is it just the regular sick stuff that's going around? I hope she'll be okay. Say a little prayer for her, Heather. It's going around here in Ohio too. Like at least in my area, it's going pretty good. There's a lot of people getting it. My son's school's had a lot of sick kids again. Yeah, it's just a regular flu, Heather. That's what I thought. That's what's going on around here. But it's hard to differentiate right now because a lot of the symptoms are the same. You know what I mean? So what are you gonna do? Thank God that we have those tests. But I mean, it is what it is. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she's okay. I do. Let's see what we got here. Waiting for some people. They're coming in slowly but surely. Excuse me. What do you guys got planned for today? Well, obviously, I know what you're going to be doing, Heather, but anything fun and exciting. I think it would be great if everybody on here could talk to each other like everything went last night. I think that would eliminate a lot of the bullshit that goes on and a lot of the drama because then it would just show that we are all adults and we all can talk to each other that way. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen that way with a lot of people, but yeah, you got graduations coming up, right, Randy? Yeah, you're gonna get all that fun. I was never understood that. I mean, I do, but it's like you got to hurry up and clean everything up and make it nice and neat and perfect and everything, and then just so it everybody can come in and trash everything to where you're the next 2 days you're cleaning up after it all over again. But blows my mind, but it happens every time. Yeah, I've done 6 graduation parties. Fucking crazy. The twins, we did theirs together. Um, my oldest daughter, she had hers with her mother, but I was involved in that one. Our other daughter, we did hers. My oldest son, we did his. His was a combination graduation going away party because he was going to the military. And then my middle son, he he actually we did 5 guys. I lied to you. He didn't have one because he didn't graduate um, when he was supposed to. He was a trouble child. We had some issues with him. And then I got one more to do in 3 years. Okay. Are you like comboing that together, Brandy, or are you doing 2 separate scenarios? Yeah, May is bad for us. I mean, we got. Let me see. My daughter's birthday is May May 6th. Sorry. Um, then our anniversary, me and my wife's anniversary, is May 7th. My youngest son's birthday is May 17th, and then there's 2 more birthdays in May, so it's a rough month. August is rough too because August 2nd is my oldest son's birthday. August 15th is the twins' birthday. August 2nd is also my mother-in-law's birthday. We're doing 2 parties because my oldest. Okay, I got you. Makes sense. And then August  28th is. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up. May is the worst month for us. Like I said, May 6th is my daughter's birthday, my oldest daughter. May 7th is me and my wife's anniversary. May 17th is May 7th is me and my wife's anniversary. May 17th is my youngest son's birthday. May 21st is my middle son's birthday. And then, like I said, there's two more family birthdays in May that I can't think of right now. And then we go from May, June, July aren't too bad. And then August, we have my mother in law and my son on the same day, August 2nd. August 15th is the twins. August 28th is my uncle. August 17th is my sister. It's just the summer's bad. It's bad. For birthdays and special occasions and stuff. It's crazy. But you do what you got to do, you know. Come on, peeps, get on in here. Yeah, this thing I'm going to have you guys look at with me. Um, it's about first-hand sightings of what they call Bigfoot or quote unquote the boogeyman, in a place in California. And then there's a couple of little things I want to pop in and see if I could find this thing that Ohio has, their version of the Bigfoot called the Ohio Grassman. I wanted you guys to see a little bit about that since I'm from Ohio, of course. I guess that'll lead off with our first thing for the odd files scenario that I'm doing. There's a lot of stuff I had that I wanted to hit on. But again, this is where you guys are going to come into play for me. I want you guys personally in the areas you live in to, um, yes, she does, Heather. Her and my mother in law make everything, because she does that baking thing with her baking business. She makes it all. Um, and it's a lot of work because we make all the food. We don't cater in. Every now and then we'll go and order like a big thing of chicken from somewhere or something like that. But typically, my family we all make all the food. It's just cheaper and easier, and everybody likes it anyway. So you know. But yeah, she makes all the pies and cakes and cupcakes and special desserts and things like that, that we have for these scenarios all the time. There's a thing that she makes that I can't even smell it, and my blood sugar goes through the roof. But it's so fucking good. It's amazing. She calls it Death by Chocolate, and it's brownies. You make brownies and break them up in there. Chocolate pudding, Reese cups, everything all broken up, and then you mix that all together, and then you top it with like a whipped cream or a Cool Whip or something like that. It's so damn good. Everything together, it's just amazing. The textures, the taste, all of that. That's one of my favorites, which I do not eat anymore. But everybody requests that when it comes down to that. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta grab my Coke real quick. Yeah, it is beyond good and definitely sinful. She makes a lot of stuff like that. It's all so good. Um, but yeah, what I was saying is, that's where you guys are going to come in. If you guys have any kind of anything going on in your areas over there where you live at, I want you to let me know about it so that I can pull it up and we can go through it because I want to be able to hit things, where I'm at, where you guys are at, and other places, obviously. So that's the idea. That way, it's fully interactive for all of us. What's up, Pumpkin? God, excuse me. How are you today, Pumpkin Patch? Every time I see that name pop in here, I keep thinking of the. It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. So that's all I can think of every time I see your name pop in here. And not to be rude or anything, just so that I, in the future, refer to you correctly. Are you male or female? I don't want to say he or her or he or if I'm wrong. I don't want to be disrespectful. Female. Good to know. Are you the same one that used to go into JP's streams all the time, or is that a different one altogether? Because I don't think you are. I think it used to be spelled Punkin for JP. If either way, I don't. It doesn't matter to me. But I was just curious. Yeah, 10 people here. We're getting there. I may load this up and get rolling with it. Okay, no worries. Either it didn't matter, Pumpkin. I just was curious. Okay. All right, guys, you ready for this? Like I said, I'm still learning how to work these things and everything, so bear with me. I don't know how great this is going to be, but I thought it was kind of interesting, and I wanted your guys' take on it. Yeah, exactly. I just think it'd be cool to see one in real life. Always have. Like I said before, I'm one of them guys that you got to show it to me for me to believe it. So the non-believing side tells me because I've never seen one and nobody can actually physically get a hold of one or find one that's hard to believe that they really truly exist. But the other side of me says, why is that so hard to believe that there's something out there like that could exist? So that's why I get into this stuff. But anyway, let's see what happens here. Make sure it's all adjusted volume wise and all that. This was based on 10 months ago, guys. California. A little less than a year. The balloon conjures up images of sunshine, surfers, beaches, and of course, Hollywood. Is the sound okay? Before I go any further, I want to make sure you guys can hear everything clearly. It's not muffled or scrambled or anything like that. How's it sound? But further north, the scenery changes drastically. Good, bad, indifferent. Let me know. All right. Okay, good. Good, good. The
beaches and sunshine of the south are replaced by lush forests, majestic mountains, and wild rivers. This region, with its 15,000 hectares or 37,000 acres of dense forest, attracts hikers, hunters, and fishermen from all over the world, eager to explore its natural beauty. One particularly scenic road connecting the towns of Willow Creek and Happy Camp takes travelers through a redwood forest with trees among the tallest on the planet.
If you shop on Amazon, you should use this tool. It's a browser extension that automatically compares.
Sorry about that.
But tourists coming to Willow Creek, nestled south of the Oregon border, are after more than just the scenery. For centuries, a shadow has stalked the woods here, inciting panic and spreading rumors.
You don't see them unless they want you to see them. They're very elusive. Some people call them tree peekers.
Somewhere between 6 and 8 feet tall and covered in brown or reddish or blackish fur.
It was dark brown to black hair. It had a protruding brow ridge, a pointy cone head.
They're very careful. They know the woods a lot better than we do. If they don't want to be seen.
The creature has footprints that look like this. It's usually big and bulky.
They still do not know what the creature was that had the tracks.
That's Indian Creek, and that's where these people were when they saw it scooping up water in its hand.
There was something in my yard that was big and heavy and made the ground shake. I don't think it was a bear, and it sure didn't sound like a deer.
And also this big shadow with arms and legs and a head walks behind us, going that way.
He said, my biologist found an elk with its head twisted off.
Ran up to my wife and kids and said, let's go, move. And they're like, what's your problem? I go, now.
Nestled in the heart of the Six Rivers National Forest, Willow Creek is known as the world capital of Bigfoot. The best place to search for the ape-like monster that walks on 2 feet and was known by Native Americans as Sasquatch.
Is there anybody in here from California? I know Robin lives in California, but anybody else right now from California? What's up, Lance? Nope. Okay. Just wanted to check, see if anybody knew where this place was in Cali. How's it going, Lance? Good to see you, bro.
Willow Creek is probably the most concrete base for Bigfoot. If you're looking for Bigfoot, and if you want to find people who have information regarding Bigfoot,
What are you talking about, Lance? Oh, no, you're all right, bro. Don't worry about it.
Creek is the center of that story, that lore, the history of it. We have many people in our community who have seen, heard, felt, smelled, found his dens. You can find a lot of good stories about Bigfoot here in our town, and we have a lot of believers.
Well, there's a variety of local legends, and there's a lot of local tradition that goes back quite a long time in Upa Valley, and then north in the Yurok area, and then northeast in the Krug area. I think the rumors, the stories in the local area go back 6,000-7,000 years, with all the local tribes having stories about it.
There are lots of Native American stories of lots of different creatures in the woods. And a Bigfoot type creature is among those.
There was a notorious history of a larger, hairier creature that lived in that area. These cultures didn't have an image of an ape back in the early days. The more traditional members of the culture will probably tell you that it's a spirit of some kind, not an animal at all.
In their languages, they all had names that reflected physical beings. For instance, the White River Apache have a name for this thing that literally means big hairy man. The Blackfeet in Montana have a name that means big feet. And they all have different understanding of what these are. The Dene, Navajo, in the Four Corners area, believe that the more often this being is seen, the closer we are to the end times.
Well, people see them around here still to this day. Just ordinary people. But some of these people working up in the area saw the creature at night, when they're driving home from work, just crossing the dirt roads out in the woods. Locals who fish or hunt, they see them out in the mountains. Some local people describe seeing them just in their backyards. We don't have fences here. We have your backyard. It's mountains that go on for miles and miles and miles. In 1958, they were building this road up there into Bluff Creek. It was virgin timber for the most part up in there, and they wanted to do some logging.
There was a construction project in the area, and they found really strange footprints. And this finally got out to the coast as a story about Bigfoot.
These original tracks, they had a very human-like appearance, and this is where the word name Bigfoot really was born. They were found many different times around the tractors. They'd leave the tractors up there.
I've wondered about that, Brandy. I haven't looked into it, but I've seen things about it, and it's really been kind of interesting to me too. I love that kind of shit. Always have. By the way, this was as of last July that this was filmed, guys. Just so you know. But yeah, that's another one we can look at. We can always look into that one and get your guys' opinions on it. But you know, there's multiple different things that it could be. It's just how everybody depicts it. But I think now that you brought it up, we should pull it out and check it out one time, see what it is. It's hard to tell what it is, it's based on what everybody's seen and so on and so forth. So, but yeah, that's a good idea, or give me an idea for another stream we can do to check it out. If you guys are down with it, I'm down with it. Like I said,
at night. I go home down here for the most part, and when they come back in the morning, they find this.
These workers witnessed other disturbing things. Pieces of heavy machinery, some of which weighed hundreds of pounds, were found well into the forest, a trail of mysterious footprints leading up to them. Willow Creek is intimately linked with the Bigfoot legend, as anyone who has visited the town knows. The Bigfoot Books Library is a veritable goldmine of records, eyewitness accounts, and documented evidence. Its owner is happy to talk about the mysterious creature and shed some light on the mystery.
There are these mystery primates pretty much everywhere across the world, through Central Europe, Asia, Siberia, the Himalayas, up and down the coast of Asia, all through the Indian subcontinent, into Africa, South America. About the only place they're not really legitimately described is out on the islands of Polynesia, but out farther like Hawaii. But throughout Indonesia, there are plenty of these mystery apes.
I am convinced that there's Bigfoot, and it's not only here. It's absolutely worldwide. When we had...
Now, that's the thing, guys. I've seen multiple, and I mean multiple depictions of this scenario all over the place. Antarctica, in the United States, all over the United States, Hawaii, Oregon, California, Ohio, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, so on and so forth, right? But every version of it, it kind of fits that area. Like I said, the one in Ohio is called the Ohio Grassman, and it's basically, we have a lot of rural area that's with, country fields and grass everywhere, so on and so forth. There's a lot of that. We have a lot of flat land. We have a lot of, some mountain areas, things like that. As you go towards southern Ohio and stuff like that. In Alaska, they have like the Yetis, okay? But, they all have the same body type. Sometimes their fur is different colors or their hair, whatever you want to call it. Obviously in the colder regions, they've talked about it being covered in white hair, although there have been depictions of it with brown hair in the colder regions. They've said that he's got black hair, brown hair, red hair. There's been one story I watched a while back where he's got like an orangish yellow colored hair. I mean, it just all depends. So how do you differentiate which is which, what is what? And that's why I'm into this. I watch these things to try and figure out, is it true or is it not true? So the whole reason for us doing this together is to get everybody's opinion and what everybody thinks in regards to the scenario. So sorry again for, yeah, there's the skunk ape. There's just so many different versions of it. In certain situations I've seen it where it looks to me like a gorilla somehow escaped from whatever facility it may have been held in, and it's out in an area it shouldn't be in. That's why it acts like it does, because it doesn't fit. Or who knows? Maybe there's wild, gorillas somewhere. Or, I mean, down in like Africa and stuff like that, they have animals that live in the jungles like that. So it wouldn't be that hard to see that. And who knows if somebody was somewhere else. We're gonna go into all that stuff too, Lance. I have a lot of shit on that stuff, especially the skinwalker stuff. Um, all different times. But I can go on forever with this stuff, guys. I love this kind of stuff. But I heard a story one time of somebody that was on, well, not well, kind of was on vacation in South Africa, and then ended up in the jungles and found a uh, baby gorilla that had been left for whatever reason. And I mean, a little baby gorilla, and somehow got it back to the United States. Kept it as a pet for a certain amount of time until it got to be a certain size, and it had broken, like escaped from the area that it lived in, and was running wild in that area. I can't remember where in the United States it was, but that could be mistaken very easily depending on how big this thing got as something like this. But I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying these are all different variations of situations that have happened for this. So back to it. Sorry again.
I think it was a 2003 symposium. Russian scientist came from Russia and brought books on their honesty, which is also a Bigfoot creature. And I met Heath, who was a publisher of a book called The Yowie in Australia. So they have a creature in Australia.
There's another one.
That's similar to the Bigfoot.
I don't think there is one missing link, right? I think we still are apes. We are primates. We're very, very closely related to the chimpanzee. Some biologists consider us to be the third chimpanzee. We think we're very special, and different and unique because our civilization has dominated the world, but we are animals and we did evolve naturally.
Much of the evidence surrounding Bigfoot's existence is surprising, and not just by the nature of the facts themselves, but by the amazing credibility of their authors. In July of 2000, Dr. Matthew Johnson was hiking with his family in a national park when he was suddenly overcome
try to see if I could see what it might be that was, paralleling us. Keep in mind, the slope of the mountain is like this. I'm up here. My family's about 50, 60 feet over here down on the trail. So I'm looking, all of a sudden I see movement out of the left corner of my eye. And I turn and I look, and down the slope is when I saw Bigfoot walk off the pages of myth and legend into reality. I was up the mountain, up the slope behind a natural blind. It couldn't see me. When I saw that, everything I knew about the outdoors, grew up in Oregon, lived in Alaska for 20 years, everything I knew, hiking, camping, fishing, a little bit of hunting, came crashing down. I literally felt my brain crash, reboot.
Brandy, the Mothman is based on true stories, and I wanted to go into that one too one day. And the Blair Witch, I'm not sure about that one. I have to do a little more looking into that. It was a good movie, but I think that is a lot of mythology again. But the Mothman scenario, I was going to do that for a stream too because that one really interested me. I watched everything I could about that one. Um, so we will definitely go into that one if you guys want to. But the Blair Witch thing, I'm going to have to look into a little more because it's kind of really, really fictional to me. I mean, these are all awesome ideas you guys have too. So this is going to keep us busy for a while, guys. It really is. As long as you guys are in for it, I'm down for it too. And the more people, the better. So keep all this stuff in your minds and let me know. Eventually, I'm going to get a notebook together and I'll start writing all this shit down. And that way I can do my research on things and so on and so forth. And we'll go and go and go and go. So, like I said, as long as you guys are down for it, I'm 100% down for it. So let's get back to this guy and see what he's saying.
And then I had some real protective instincts kick in. That was my family down there. I ran down through the brush and trees, avoided eye contact because the only thing I knew what to do was in Alaska with the grizzly bear. You don't do the eye contact thing because they'll see it as a challenge. So I avoided the eye contact, hit the trail, ran up to my wife and kids and said, let's go, move. And they're like, what's your problem? I go, now, move. And they're like, okay. So I move them up the trail a couple 100 yards, around the switchback, another 100 yards. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not hearing anything. I'm not smelling anything. I sit the kids down on a log and I give them some water. I pulled my wife aside and I said, I can't believe what I saw. She said, what? And I said, I saw Bigfoot. And she said, I believe you.
Immediately after this encounter, Dr. Johnson told his story to a park ranger who had no trouble believing it. But Matthew Johnson's troubling testimony is not the only one to be marked with the seal of credibility. Bob Schmalzbach is a retired Silicon Valley engineer and the former president of the town of Happy Camp's Chamber of Commerce. He's also a Bigfoot guru, having spent 7 years examining the possible evidence for its existence in collaboration with the University of Oxford. He operates a website compiling Bigfoot research.
All over this place, we have sightings on a routine basis. I have seen them using thermal imagers. I've seen them using night vision. I've seen the people that saw them that because I'm usually the one taking pictures and whatnot, I wasn't fortunate enough to see them. I had them photographed, watching me photographing footprints. And so not even had my duties and else had theirs. It's each on the other side of Highway 96 is called China. And it turns out that now that I've been here and got to talk to people here, there's probably been 15 or 20 sightings at this point. If you stop here for a second and just listen, here's the river. You don't hear cars, you don't hear trains, you don't hear buses, you just hear the river. So it's a unique place.
Bob returns to the exact spot where Bigfoot has repeatedly been surprised
it's a 25-mile-an-hour sign. You can see that from where it happened. So between it and that guardrail is where it happened. Whatever it was, came up from down there by the river, stepped right over this, took 2 or 3 steps across this hill, and within just 30 seconds, it was to the top of that. Up at the top of that ridge, you see all the shorter trees. Those were not there. And that person said they heard rustling up there and thought it was a deer. Looked up there, and this thing was looking up, standing there at the edge, looking down at her. And when it turned to walk away, she could see the soles of its feet, and they were lighter color. This experience, and seeing this for the first time myself, is why I got started investigating Bigfoot. Because before then, I thought it was a novelty and kind of interesting, but when I saw the physical evidence that supported the eyewitness reports here, I knew there had to be something more to it, so I went on the road to find out.
Bob found footprints on top of this hill, which he believes supports the testimony of eyewitnesses who claim to have seen something that night. After reviewing the hill, he considers it highly unlikely that a normal human could ascend so steep a slope. The Bigfoot legend casts a wide shadow over the creek. Taken in the region and thought to belong to a beast are so numerous that a special annex was constructed for them in the China Flat Museum.
You see this app right here? It's called Audible. Using just this little app on my phone, I was able to replace my full.
In the Bigfoot room is predominantly casts from people that have taken tracks, like Al Hudson, who's curator here, longtime friend of Don Green, who was one of the early writers about Bigfoot, and other people locally that over the years have had seen casts where they've taken a cast and brought in, and there's also some of the first articles written in the newspapers about having seen tracks, what were they, and that sort of thing, and it's just grown from there.
Al Hodgson gave me this cast. He's on the back of it here. He's still alive here, just up on the hill. They found these tracks, and they just happened to know a fellow named Bob Titmus, who was a taxidermist in Anderson over by Reading here on.
Are you kidding me? It's small. I don't understand. This is ridiculous. Hold on. You guys hear me yet? Is it back up yet? Yeah, I got an email. I checked this one and it wasn't supposed to be copyright. This is crazy. And again, it's 50%. That's not even 50% of my screen. Like I said, I checked this one and could not find a copyright, but it's a copyright match. So can you guys hear me again? It's coming back up because I shut it down. This is ridiculous. Yeah, refresh it, Lance. Sorry, guys. Let me check something here. I'm gonna go back in and check it because I swear when I went through and looked at it, there was no copyright to it. This is gonna be a bitch. I know it. I'm gonna have to like scan every single thing. Hold on. Yeah, it says due to a copyright match, your stream was interrupted. Um, I don't get this. I like I said, I went through this last night, looked at it. There was no copyright to it. So, can you guys see me again or hear me? I mean, since I'm not on video, but just a second. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to find. Okay, good. We're back. Oh, there's no. I Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I guess I must have missed it then. You're in here in this account, Steve. What's the difference? Yeah, let me see some. I don't know how I missed that one. Like I said, when I was looking at it, I was looking around trying to find. Again, I'm still new with some of this stuff, so bear with me, guys. So I apologize on that one. We'll figure it out. What can I do for you, Steve? Oh, I don't know, guys. I'll figure that out somehow. I went through it last night, looked at it. From what I can tell, it wasn't copyrighted, but obviously I was wrong. So I'm gonna have to do a little bit more digging on this stuff when I do it to make sure I have it. Um, and it's doing it right. Obviously, I don't want to do it the wrong way anyway, but you got to figure out how. My apologies. Let's see here. Hmm. Well, again, my apologies, guys. Let me look through this one and see where. Well, does anybody have any? Right, Popper. Well, I mean, like, does anybody have any ideas like where I'm missing this copyright thing at? Because I went through the video and I didn't see any kind of copyright stamp on it or anything like that. So that's why I thought that one was okay to watch. So what am I missing? A lot of these are copyright and it says it on there, but that one there was nothing on it. So I thought we were cool. And a lot of the stuff that's like TV shows and stuff like that. A lot of it is copyright. I know that, but this one seemed free and clear. And oh yeah, the Natalie Wood story is a good one. Thanks, Greg. I appreciate that. I'm trying. I'm not doing the greatest, but I don't understand. But welcome, by the way. Let me see something. How's it going, by the way, Popper? How you doing today, bro? Bear with me, guys. I'm just doing a little bit of exploring here, trying to figure something out. That kind of pisses me off. I didn't really get a strike. I just got a. They just take it down and make until you take it down. So, I mean, if I do get a strike, I will. But all right, let's see how this works here. What I'm knowing, not doing right. Uh, welcome, and you're welcome anytime, Greg. The morning, the morning streams I do are called the Odd Files with the Dago, and we basically touch on just about a little bit everything. And once I get it worked out. I'm having issues with that, but you're welcome at any time to do that. In the evenings, I do just my regular streaming when I do it. But if you're into it and you're interested, of course, like, subscribe, and I'd be glad to have you here, bro. Let's see here. Doing that kind of shit's gonna get that account blocked too, Steve. Come on, relax. I agree, Strike. All right, I may have to do this, guys. I may have to pull up one of these copyright checkers just to be fair and safe. Yeah, something was copyright Guido that I didn't know about, so my fault. I don't know how to tell now. Hmm. I guess I need to get a content analyzer to check all that stuff before I do it. That'll make things a lot easier. So that one is not. I will get this worked out, guys. I promise. Let's see here. I wonder if that was reported via the YouTube bots or if somebody was watching and did it. I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't want to do that anyway. So, either way, I'm grateful in a way that it was caught so that I didn't have to deal with it. But I guess, from what I'm understanding is I can play bits and pieces of them. And, I was and talk about it that way. But certain videos I can't play at all from what I'm reading. So, my fault for my inexperience, guys. I do apologize. I'll work it out though. I will put the time in to figure out how it works and what I can do, and we can continue doing what we're doing. There's some of these videos you cannot touch at all because people are worried that I'm trying to make money off of them, which I'm not even monetized, so that doesn't matter. It's just content for me to have to go over with you guys. But when you guys check that for me, that account. Meanwhile, I'm trying to find that last right above you, that Greg account, Popper. The way he's typing in there, it seems a little strange. I mean, I don't want to be rude if not. I just want to double check everybody. You know how it is. Okay. I just have to be careful, Greg, to make sure. There's a lot of people that come in here and say and do things they shouldn't, so I have to check everybody that comes in, bro. But again, like I said, as long as I have a few rules in here. Very simple. Just don't come in disrespecting people. Definitely don't come in here disrespecting and talking ignorant towards women. And just be fair to everybody, and that's the only rules that I have in here. So besides that, it is what it is. Um, and again, you're welcome at any time. I'm live, brother. But I have to check. There's a lot of drama and crazy shit that goes on in here, so I have to check everything. But welcome, welcome. Hey, Debs. Wow, I finally got you in here when I'm not at the end of the stream. It's good to see you, hun. That's the way we try to keep it positive only, but shit happens sometimes. So it is what it is. Well, since I can't play that one today, I'll find it. I'll figure this out. But what do you guys think anyway in this situation about this? That's good to know. Good to know, Greg. We like that kind of thing in here. So, what is what is everybody's take on the quote unquote Bigfoot scenario, the Yowie, the Yeti, the Grassman? I think I can pull that one up actually. I still want to show you this scenario. So let me see here. I don't do it. Do that, mate. Okay. That sounds Australian to me, Guido. Let's see here. Okay, or which one is it, Greg? Are you from? Oh, you're in the UK. Okay. Whereabouts in the UK? Okay. I have two little things. I'm gonna put them up, and we're gonna go piece by piece. That way, it's not. If it is copyright, then I'm not gonna have issues with it. Um, so we'll do it that way. This one is it's again a theory called the Ohio Grassman. Okay. There's a place that we go out in Ohio here. It's a really nice place actually. It's called Hocking Hills. I'm going to show you guys a couple different clips um, about different things. This one is it's a really really nice area. Very mountain type terrain. A lot of woods and stuff like that. But there's caves and all sorts of rock climbing and shit like that. And there's been quite a few sightings in Hocking Hills. Okay, Debs, thanks for that, and that helps a lot. Okay, whatever. Uh, yeah, whatever, Steve, you gotta say. Um, London, very cool. I've always wanted to go to London. I think Popper said he did too at one time. So, this little thing I'm gonna pull up here, like I said, this is just a piece of it. I'm gonna go through a few different little videos to show you who the Ohio Grassman is based on and what he is.
It's party time, people, and Raid Shadow Legends is having their third birthday. And I gotta say, I wish I got these gifts when I first started playing. So,
All right, give me a second, guys. Okay, this was 2 years ago. It's a place called the Rock House in Hocking Hills. It's like a cave area. All right, and there's some sounds and some scenarios I'm going to show you real quick on here with this. If you guys have any questions or anything, good, let me know. I'll pause it. We can answer them and go from there. I do apologize for the other video, guys, but I think this one will work out this way, the way I do it. So just bear with me. If something were to happen, it goes black, I'll fix it and we'll go back into what we were doing. So welcome, Greg. Welcome, Debs, and I definitely want to hear what you guys. I'm excited about this one because this is where I'm from. There's people in my family that have had encounters with this scenario. My aunt and my mother, at one sense, were on a trip. So that's why this one is kind of cool to me. What's up, Mr. Whistle? How are we today? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. So here we go.
Hey guys, we're here at the Rock House at Hocking Hill State Park, and this looks like it's going to be a pretty cool place to visit.
Now, Hocking Hill State Park is up around the Columbus, Ohio area. For anybody that's not familiar with Ohio, Brandy should know this. You probably even have heard of Hocking Hills, Brandy, because Brandy again is from Ohio, and I'm pretty sure Lance is from Toledo area too, so you may know this too. So there's 3 Ohioans in here that may know what I'm talking about, maybe not, but I'll show you.
You can see some of the history here, history of the Rock House. It's the only
And that is the only true cave in Hocking Hill State Park. Over time, as eroded the Blackhand sandstone, creating a cave has been a home, hideout, and destination to many. And they're saying that these Sasquatch type creature, grassman scenario, lives in these areas a lot because they're so hard to get to.
true cave in Hocking Hill State Park. So over time, water slowly eroded away the black sandstone.
Now, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to have to skip through this to different parts and pieces of this so we can do this the right way. And meanwhile, if there's any questions, I can try to answer them for you guys.
It's called Blackhand sandstone, creating a cave, and this cave has been home, hideout, and destination to many throughout history. The cave at Rock House is approximately 25 feet high and 200 feet long, 20 to 30 feet wide.
That's pretty big, really, really big, actually. Especially considering the sizes of things around here. So
And right before Native American Indians lived here, took shelter here, constructing small ovens in the rock walls to cook meals. Man-made troughs in the cave's floor collected water and provided cave dwellers with a protected.
and that's another thing too, guys, is a lot of the stories that have been told in Ohio. Ohio is a really, really, um, really well-known state as far as Native American history goes. We have a lot of it here. The name Ohio is Native American itself. Um, we have the serpent mounds. We have a lot of burial grounds around here, sacred areas, and so on and so forth for a lot of different tribes from the Native American history back in the day. Um, and like I said, these sightings were going on back then. There was accounts which I'd like to find. Rougarou, yes, I have. I absolutely have. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I have heard it. Um, Crybaby Bridge, yeah, I told a story about that one. Right, right. Yep, I told a story about the Crybaby Bridge, Brandy. It's kind of a creepy ass scenario, but I'll show you guys that one day too. Yeah, the Rougarou was like a swamp thing type scenario. But I don't remember the whole backstory on the whole thing. It was kind of interesting though. So let me find where this guy gets moving with this. Okay.
Who's that then? Because this was such a remote.
Right,
Can't
right,
wait to see
Guido.
what the rock shelter looks like, you know? Because the rock shelter is, I think, 150 foot.
I've been to the one in Ohio, Lance, the Crybaby Bridge. It was pretty fucking crazy, honestly.
Cliff face. And this is pretty tall, but it's about 150 feet. Might be half of that.
Now this will give you guys the um, idea of how big and you know how the size of this area is and how everything is set up.
We're at this cave. I think this might be the rock house. And we can hear some kind of a noise in there.
Can you guys hear that? Let me turn it up a bit to see if you guys can pick up that. It almost sounds like something's either growling or breathing or sleeping, so see if you can hear it.
Sounds like some kind of animal.
Let's go back a little bit.
And we can hear some kind of a noise in there.
Can you guys hear that in the background? Yes, no, I can try to turn it up a little bit more for you, but it's very hard to pick up. But it's like it sounds like some kind of a. There's been quite a few suicides at Crybaby Bridge, unfortunately. There really is, Randy, a lot. That's why I have a lot of stuff that I was going to hit on with you guys. I have books and everything about haunted Ohio and so on and so forth. So there's a lot we can go over. And I planned on doing some stuff live too, like live streaming from certain places with you guys. So that's going to be interesting. But let me know if you guys can hear this, whether it be breathing or growling or whatever the hell it is back there, because it's hard to pick up with background noises.
You should push to do this.
1 second, please. All right, let's try this again.
Sounds like some kind of animal.
It's
not 150 feet. Might be half of that. We're at this cave. I think this might be the rock house. And we can hear some kind of a noise in there. Sounds like some kind of animal.
Did you guys hear it okay that time? I don't know. As far as that goes, we don't. I don't know. Like, I got you, Buffer. Like I said, I was told that it had to be less than 50% of the screen. Well, that little box there is. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look on the rules and see exactly for sure what I can or can't do. But this is again the Rock House in Hocking Hills, Ohio, and these are the noises that you're picking up from this.
Well, we're gonna go check it out. See what it is.
This guy, first of all, this guy's nuts. If you hear something like that inside a cave, you're gonna walk in there unless you're fully armed. I'm sorry, not me.
On the other side of the rock house, and I think the entrance is.
All right, let's see here. There's another entrance there.
Entrance right here. Here's a spot to go in right here. Alright. You want to go Right there, that's terrible.
This place is awesome.
Yeah.
That's how you came in.
I came in right over there.
Big ass cave.
Can I see your flashlight for
Come on.
you can hear, but probably not very good. Everywhere here though, so it's like
There it is again. Sorry. No way in hell I'm going in there without some kind of a gun.
are you sure?
That's crazy. Yeah, it is really actually. A lot of this stuff was cut out back in the day due to, some of it was cut out from, obviously weatherization and stuff like that. But I think I've been told that a lot of the caves, in the Hocking Hills area and whatnot, were in Native American times. They were cut out by Native Americans for this reason to, stay them out of the weather and so on and so forth. So, a lot of it's probably that. So,
There they go. Wow, that freaked me out.
okay, now that makes a little sense. If those are doves, I've heard doves make noises like that. Yeah, that is true, Lance. That has happened. I've seen that kind of shit too.
I thought I was gonna get attacked by a bear. How funny.
Now, see, that was made. That's man-made.
This is really cool.
This is a really, really awesome cave.
Hello, huh? There's like a square. So this may have been like a little basin to collect water for drinking. And there's another one over here. Right here. And they also said that there were some places in here where they carved into the stone to make an area where they could, they were turpentine stills, and it would then emit a sound.
And that's all Native American based scenarios. Let's see here. Let me find. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, these are people that came in and. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. I just wanted you guys to hear those noises. I think they were doves now. Still really beautiful area though. It's beautiful up in Hocking Hills. I love it up there. Absolutely, Lance, it was. Mother Nature.
That overhang.
Mother Nature has a way of making things gorgeous, guys.
That's pretty tall.
Let's see.
Looks like you're in another world.
What's this? The larger opening in the rock house for you to go in that way, but that's kind of hard to get to, in my opinion. So.
Looks like you're in another world. Pretty amazing. There's another cave over here we're going to go explore. Just a little cave. Not very. Yeah, this is tiny compared to what we were just in.
Like a little guy.
Really.
I'm just a little guy. From the glacier. glacier melt, which caused all of this to happen. Two separate columns, those rocks, and then the erosion from the glacier melt, which caused all. That was the other way of the way that this all rock formations all got cut out was from the glaciers pushing through, melting, so on and so forth. You guys all know that kind of stuff. Where supposedly, like the Grand Canyon and all that stuff, how that was all cut out is, due to glacier push and melt and all that kind of stuff. So all this to happen, really cool. Right there, there's a thin layer of rock where that tree is growing out of, and look how precarious that is. It looks like a sheet of that could just come loose, fall at any minute, and just come crazy. Very beautiful, though. Love it. It's beautiful. All right, so there's that. The noises and whatnot. If you guys get a chance, look up Hocking Hills, Ohio, and you can go through and see the whole scenario. Definitely interesting.
Hocking Hills is an amazing free state park located in Logan, Ohio.
All right, so yeah, it's in Logan, Ohio, which is right there below Columbus. Now, back up here. Hey guys, we're here at the Rock House at Hocking Hill State Park, and this looks like it's going to be all right, guys. Now, let's go here. And let me find this other thing I was looking at here a little bit ago. One second. Where is it at? All right, so we're going to go to Salt Fork. It's a little bit down south from where I'm at. And there's a lot of grassman sightings down there. And this thing is supposedly like 9 foot tall. And then there's another one I'll show you guys here. So let's see what this one's all about.
What's up, guys, man? Welcome to another 8 Random Prize video, and it's been a while. So there's been a big chatter on the internet, probably YouTube, about some Ohio fellas here came down to southern Ohio and supposedly saw Bigfoot. They have footage, ran a drone up. So grab the boys. Anybody who wanted to come along. Luke sent me the video. Luke seems to think it was pretty legit. What do you think, guys? We'll see. Bigfoot. You sent us the video, right? I sent the video. I thought it looked real, but I definitely don't believe in Bigfoot. So anyways, it was we found the trailhead. We were in southern Ohio. It was only an hour and 28-mile drive for us, or 128 minutes. An hour and 28-minute drive. Salt Fork, Ohio. We're at the trailhead where they say they have witnessed the Bigfoot encounter. Okay, Huzak's Cave. We're actually going to go down in the riverbed, see if we can see the bones. I had recruited a fella here that was going to bring a drone, but guess what? He japped on us this morning. He didn't show up, so we won't have a drone. We're going to get some aerial head footage to see if, possibly dense forest, and there's not anything because of Salt Fork, and I'm not hearing too much. The crazy thing is, I told these guys this: if and I'm only saying if because I'm really not that big of a believer, but if Bigfoot is real, he is a species of an animal. So, good one.
Is he though? Is he an animal? Obviously, he's a mammal, but is he an animal or is he like more like we are? Yeah, as much as I'm against them, Lance, I'm looking at getting a spirit box. I've not really looked into the RIM pod things, but I'm definitely gonna look into them. There's newer stuff and newer tools that I've not really used a lot. I used a lot of the older shit. But I'm gonna get some of those light balls, the strobing balls, and stuff like that. So
If it's like a bear, I mean, a bear's scent is what, like so much more powerful than a bloodhound's and stuff, and its hearing. I mean, it's a highly intelligent animal. But second of all, us going to look for this is about as crazy as, say, middle of nowhere.
okay, Brandy.
Unless this is like right off a trail that we just happen to come up upon. But oh yeah, there's a bunch of them, man. What is it like? Wait, what's that thing stacked over there? Is that somebody's?
1 second, guys. All right. Boonville and MacArthur. I will check that out. See what that's all about. All right. This is Salt Fork.
Way in here, you think that's the foundation of somebody's house or barn? Seriously? These trees are over like 100 years old. Yeah, where's it? Is that deer poop? Definitely a rabbit crap. Dude, someone was hunting back here. This is a freaking hunting area. See a follow, Johnny? Straight through there.
Come on.
Straight. White trees and that real dark. Alright, let me show you guys here. We found like this trail. It's not an established trail, but it's definitely a hunting trail. We found these pins here that are into the tree. There's a little yellow orange piece of twine, another one here. This is a spur. There's some ribbons going this way. It's marking a trail, and there's some going this way. And from what look,
Now a lot of this stuff, guys. Oh yeah, I've been to the Mansfield Reformatory twice, Brandy. Same with the Moundsville one in West Virginia. When these guys are out looking, when anybody's out, they tell everybody to look. If you can see my cursor over here on the screen, you look at the tree patterns and the way the trees are laying and standing and so on and so forth, and it shows a lot of uh you'll see stuff that's up high like this. It's not within human reach typically, where the trees are bent, snapped, and pushed around. Right, Lance? Right? I remember seeing that too. My son showed me that one. And it shows different things that something that's a normal height like us cannot reach. And you look for that kind of stuff when you're watching this stuff. So
but Luke's saying we're pretty deep in these woods right now. So this is obviously a hunting trail, since we found an arrow, which Johnny's going to keep as a souvenir, right? I guess. Pretty cool. All right, Johnny had a good eye. Austin did. Tree stand over there. Who's going to climb up it and see if they can get a bird's eye view? Johnny, that'd be you. Oh yeah, I got like how would you just pick this spot nowhere?
there we go.
You go back here and sit in a tree all day long. What do you see up there? like a tree or something. We all heard it. Austin started doing it. All right, I'm not saying that. It literally, I want to say it sounded like a woodpecker, but something really big beating like on like a tree or.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Sit in a tree all day long. What do you see up there? All right, I'm not saying that. It literally, I want to say it sounded like a woodpecker, but something really big beating like on like a tree or something. We all heard it. Austin started doing.
And there, people say that, experts, I should say, have said that that's how that if there's multiple Bigfoot or big feet, and that's how they communicate with each other. They warn each other that there's people coming by smacking on trees, or to scare people from coming near them. It's supposed to scare people away, which is why these guys are doing this, to try to get attention drawn to them by whatever this thing is. So
Yeah, let's start kind of doing it.
they're trying to get a response.
Yeah, we heard that when we were over there though too. Same, it's coming in the same direction. Still, it's over. We're like looping around it.
I can hear it very, very faintly. You guys probably can't hear it at all, but it's quite a ways off in the distance coming back when they were doing that, and you could hear it a little bit earlier too. I'm skipping through pieces and parts because again, I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. So
Yeah. Did you hear that, John? Okay, we're looping back around general vicinity where we heard the knocking, and there's this ridge right here in the general location of maybe kind of where we heard it. We'll see. See, I don't know. I'm still kind of skeptical, but I'm telling you, that thing was a weird type of a signal or something. What are those trees right there? Those look like they've been snapped right there. Yeah, the fence. Okay, what was your theory there, Luke? That basically the people said they saw Bigfoot, and the video that they posted is way too choppy because it doesn't add up to where they saw the bones. Because they crossed this bridge, the bones would have been in one of these. They're not going off the trail. I mean, unless you want to go down here and start digging around. Hey, if anything, you know what? It was a heck of a hike. Man, I tell you what, there's no way I think in humanity that you could walk through these woods in the summertime because it was pretty dense and there's not even anything on the trees right now. So this is some dense forest back here. I'm calling that the Ohio whoever the Bigfoot video that has been posted. I'm calling it a hoax. I'm calling it fake with a capital F. But that's just me. Of course, it's a hoax. So I guess Luke, get back there to the aren't I? Here's the
jacket and it fell out, died there, and rotted away. So
Yeah, probably the park ranger throws all the dead ones that get hit by cars in this area or something. We didn't find Bigfoot. We didn't find broken trees. We didn't even Bigfoot's off because we figured out their Morse code in our day since we didn't have a sighting. But one thing that never breaks my heart is ice cold long neck bears.
all right, so there's that version of that. Now, what I wanted you guys to see. One second. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Give me 1 second. This was a. I don't think there's any actual. This is a doctor, like real close to where I live at, that saw this. Actually, my kid's doctor when they were little. Let me find it. 1 second, guys. 1 second. I appreciate your patience with me. And I do have one too. At a place called Blossom Music Center, where somebody actually had a sighting of Bigfoot. It's a big place where they have like concerts and stuff up around near Cleveland. Now, this one, in my opinion, is probably a hoax. But this is what they call the Ohio Grassman. Let me find it here. I can't find the doctor. So, 1 second here.
Today we honor the third year of our quest against the legions of Cyril.
Woohoo! Oh, yeah! Alright, give me a second here. I'll show you pieces of this so that you can see what I'm talking about. This is where we go around in Ohio for all our big concerts and stuff. It's an outdoor like amphitheater type scenario, and it's Blossom Music Center. They put out everybody big comes and they play here. So, all right, that's Blossom Music Center, and all up along here, people sit up here and they watch the concerts from up on this hill. I don't know if Randy or Lance has ever seen or heard of this or been here, but this is where I've been multiple times for multiple concerts. So, this 1 second here. That's obviously a guy. Those other ones were a guy in a suit, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Yeah, so that is an April Fool's scenario, guys. I just wanted to show you it's kind of a joke. But anyway. Now, to bring it back, all right, where's this one at now? second. Let's see here. All right, and this is the video from Salt Fork that somebody had taken with their camera of what they thought was a Bigfoot, and it's fairly clear. I'm gonna get to the point and show you guys. I'll share it with you guys as soon as I get to that spot, so you guys not to waste all the time and everything else with the video. But it was big enough that the Finding Bigfoot crew came here and went and looked for it. So I just gotta find the part and the spot in it, guys. Give me a moment here.
Yeah, go ahead. Roger that. Oh yeah.
That was not a barn owl. That was not a coyote.
I just heard a scream.
Okay. Now this is then I'll show you the video afterward. After this, this is the Finding Bigfoot crew when they were doing their investigation that night. Now this is in Salt Fork State Park again. And they, you know how they call the Bigfoot and this and that. You can hear they make this call and then something responds to it. It's kind of cool. 1 second.
Ready for Bobo?
All right, here we go. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Matt's gonna bust out a howl here in 10.
Roger that. Oh yeah.
There it was. You guys hear that? That's not a coyote. That's not a wolf, which we don't have here anyway. But it's pretty clear once he does that. It's really loud the way he does it, but
Oh yeah.
That was not a barn owl. That was not a coyote.
I just heard a scream.
Yeah, we heard it. We got it on the parabolic.
Yeah, I definitely heard a scream.
so there's a lot of those, you know. Now let me find this video real quick here. Bring the volume back down. I'm gonna blow your guys' eardrums out. Let's go. Yeah, this is their investigation. I don't want to do that. Come on. Here we go. They did a whole recreation to this, but this is what they do. All right.
shows a possible Sasquatch shaking a tree. After conducting our own recreation, we concluded this was likely not a Sasquatch. But Ohio is renowned to investigate a curious piece of footage that shows a possible Sasquatch shaking a tree. After conducting our own recreation, we concluded this was likely not a
Hey,
Sasquatch.
Chrissy.
But Ohio is renowned for its Sasquatch activity. So we've decided to conduct our own investigation here. We concluded this was likely not a Sasquatch. But Ohio
that
is
right
renowned
there.
for its Sasquatch activity. To investigate a curious piece of footage.
Right there. If you look back in there, I don't know if you guys can see there. No, it's pretty far away. They think that that's been somebody in a suit doing this, doing that. So I mean, it is what it is, guys. You gotta pull it apart for yourselves and figure out what you would think. So how you doing today, Chrissy? Thanks for being here, hon. Appreciate you. Now let me find this doctor one because this was on the local news. There's a lot of comical things too, but this one, I'm trying to think of his actual name. Let's see. Sounds like fun, Chrissy. What are you planting? Where's it at? Where's it at? This one was hard for me to not believe because it came from a doctor, pediatrician actually. It wasn't just some guy that was out in the woods freaking out or some bunch of people out drinking, partying, whatnot. So it's a little bit more believable, and that's in that sense. So where the hell is it? I just seen it yesterday. I don't know if the guy had a picture. Yeah, there we go. Let's try that. That's it right there. Oh yeah, Chrissy, big time. I used to watch that all the time. Love that show. It's a great show actually. But they stopped doing like new episodes and kept doing like the reruns over and over again. So I stopped watching it. and I haven't seen anything. I don't know if they got canceled. I think some of their stuff got a little bit crazy, and a little bit, very hard to believe in some senses. And I think they went a little too far with the scripting of it, and it took people's attention away from it. So I think that's probably why they got canceled, in my opinion. But oh, really? That's cool as shit. Did they still do any filming or anything that you know of? They must have taken it down. I know that the doctor was given a hard time because of it, and I think it was affecting his business in some senses. Because you can't say things like that. People think you're crazy. But um, so that could be why I can't find it now. But I did. It wasn't too long ago that I saw it again. So let me find this other one then. There's a couple that I had on here. I used to watch that show all the time. Those dudes were nuts. But they hit on a little bit of everything, like the Jersey Devil, Bigfoot, the what the hell's that thing, Chupacabra thing. I mean, there was quite a few things that they hit on. It was really cool too. And then they just disappeared, really. Oh yeah, I watched that too. Ice Road Truckers. That shit was nuts. Those dudes are crazy as hell. Crazy as hell. I can't imagine doing that shit for a living. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. Warren County. Spectrum News. One. Oh, it will? That's awesome. I can't wait to see more of that shit. Okay, Warren County, Ohio. Ouch. Let's see here. All right, I'll show you this here real quick, and then we'll go into the video part of it. If you guys can read this. This is not far from me at all. It's in Warren County, Ohio, which is part of Northeast Ohio. It says it's a creature of myth, legend written about, scary stories. Just in case you guys can't read it. Something that comes lurking around in the woods. But the people who showed up for a presentation at the Franklin Library, again, this is in the area of Columbus, a little bit north of Columbus. Um, there's an investigator that says he's seen the real Bigfoot in Ohio and has proof. Played what he says are Bigfoot audio recordings at the Franklin Library, blah, blah, blah. At least 60 people showed for it. One by one, they took the microphone and says they've seen what looked like Bigfoot. We went back and came back, walked in the woods, said a guest. That's when I saw something walking on the tracks. I looked over, I seen a big black mass, thought it was a bear, said a guest. But Mark Deworth says he knows Bigfoot is here in Ohio. He went to an old strip mine for badger dens, and on the way out, I got followed out. So interesting. Now let's see what we got here.
It's a creature of myth, legend, written about in scary stories. Something that comes lurking around in the woods.
I guess she's gonna
But
read
to
it too.
these people, it's very real.
We back and came back, and it had stood up and walked into the woods.
One by one, they took to the mic, saying they've seen what looked like Bigfoot.
That's when I saw something walking on the tracks.
I look over and I see a big black mass, and I went, "Is that a bear?"
But Mark DeWort says he knows Bigfoot is here in Ohio.
All right, Chrissy, thanks for coming in, hon. This won't be as boring as normally, so you're welcome to come in anytime. Please do. If you liked it, hit the like button, subscribe. I appreciate you, and I'd love to see you again.
In a packed room at Franklin Library, he played what he says are sounds from a real Bigfoot. And then he showed everyone this, a mold of a footprint that he says came from Bigfoot.
Well, then all those little partial tracks.
And that's just some of the evidence he's collected over the last 30 years that he's been investigating Bigfoot sightings.
We're definitely from Ohio. These have been considered legitimate Sasquatch tracks. They've been examined by different scientists.
Exactly,
He's a
Belinda.
volunteer investigator with something called the BFRO, or the Bigfoot Fields Researchers Organization. He says he's investigated more than 300 reports of sightings from Ohio alone.
A lot of them were hoaxes. A lot of them were misidentifications. But there's at least a third that were definitely telling the truth.
Part of the reason he takes his message across the state, telling everyone how to tell the difference and where to spot a real Bigfoot.
They're following waterways. They're following creek beds. That's like their least path of resistance. And those are the areas to look. I always tell people, go Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, go east. You have a chance.
But they were already convinced Bigfoot, a creature of legend, lives among us and might just be closer than you think.
Never know.
You never know.
In Warren County, Sheena Elsie, Spectrum News.
Well, there's that. These are hard to get. Trying to find the one. This is all Ohio, guys. This is all where I'm at and where I'm from. I'm trying to get the ones that have the videos or the camera, the pictures. You know what I mean? And show this stuff to you guys. I know this has been a pain in the ass and it's been boring. It's not what I expected, so I apologize for that. All right. Let's see here. Nope, that one is not the right one. I'm sorry about that. I had these all like starred so that I could get. That's not. Well, damn. Guess I'm not doing very well with this. I'm so sorry, guys. Where'd it go? I don't know. Yeah. Because I screw everything up all the time. I'm trying to find this one specific one that was actual. Not too many people have the videos or the cameras. Let's see if this is it. If this isn't it, I guess I'm gonna have to give up on it. I guess I'll be a little bit better prepared next time because I thought I had everything and where I wanted it, but it didn't work out that way.
I have never physically seen a Sasquatch where I'm at. So we'll talk about some of those local traditions. We'll talk that actually lived alongside it. Our time periods overlapped, and it was kind of this to listen to if you ever
Yeah, this guy's rambling. I'm trying to get to the point where he shows.
say prehistoric culture. It seems to be that they're usually up there in the top of the top end, but their searches never resulted in actually capturing anything.
Okay, so the Ohio Grassman. This is how it's been described and depicted: is sightings of wild men, forest giants, devils, and escaped apes, gorillas, etc., etc. Date back to early settlement of the region in Ohio. Pre-Columbian legends about large hairy hominids are common in the Native American traditions around this region. Uh, Gallipolis, 1869, there was a wild man, quote unquote, the Ohio Grassman, that attacked a carriage. The Minerva monster is another myth that they call it. And this happened in 1978. That's the one I was trying to find for you, but they called it Minerva, which is up near Cleveland, Ohio. Again, Brandy and Lance might know where that's at. So that's the one that I've been trying to find for you guys. And again, this happened in 1978, but there have been multiple sightings since then. Um, Let me see here if I can find the right one. Well, there's a guy that's a filmmaker from Ohio. His name is Seth Breedlove, and he actually did a movie about this called Minerva, the Minerva Monster. But it is based on a true event, and I'm just trying to find the right scenario and the right one that I was trying to show you guys. So there was one. I want to find the one that actually has the picture or the video, so that you guys have something to look at. Talking about it and hearing people talk about it all day. What does that mean? You know what I'm saying? It's like anybody can talk about it. People can make things up, invent shit.
1978. Our shift started.
I'm gonna let you guys hear the story of this one. This is the big one around here with the biggest encounter with this Ohio Grassman, quote unquote Minerva monster. I'm gonna play the audio for you to hear, and then I'll pull a video up for you guys to watch. That way, I'm not doing something wrong. So we'll go from there.
Sheriff's office to head out into my area.
Hold on.
I got a call to
make sure you guys can hear it.
Go to a house on Lincoln Street East, which is Route 30, US 30. And when I got out of the car, I met the people at the house who were obviously distressed. What they described to me was hearing rocks or something hit the roof of their house.
As I recall, something initially happened to their dog. It was chained to a doghouse, and it was found out of its collar, dead. And they didn't know what was happening, and they were getting their house pelted with rocks, and there were footprints, and they just didn't know, that this was vandalism, perhaps, or something else.
Mid-70s, late 70s. That's when it really started getting active, and that's when all the public started coming around. And we seen it walking on the banks out there, and like I said, we thought it was just some guy messing around. So one night it was messing around, and it was really Bob or something. Wanted attention, or just, and my brother, myself, and 2 or 3 of our friends chased this thing down.
located in northeastern Ohio, approximately 18 miles east of Canton, about 70 miles south of Cleveland. Almost equidistant between Cleveland and Pittsburgh, about 70 miles south of Cleveland and 70 miles west of Pittsburgh. It's rolling terrain. I've been told that we are where the glacier deposited its remains when it melted during the Ice Age. Just south of Minerva, rich in oil and gas. It's kind of the headquarters now of the new fracking industry in the state of Ohio. The village was started because of Sandy Creek that runs through town. And John Whitaker determined that there was enough fall in the creek that it would power a grist mill. And he built one, and that was standing in almost the center of town up until 1976 when it was torn down. There have been a couple of booms in town. Of course, Whitaker started with the grist mill, and then it was also on the Sandy Beaver Canal. And if you look at the way Market Street runs, and then Market Street takes like a 30-degree jog, and that was done to follow the canal. The canal backed up to a lot of businesses on Market Street. There were loading wharfs and things where they could unload goods. When the canal went out, the railroad came in to take its place. And we have one of the largest railroad yards in the state. It's second only in our area to Canton. The rail line yard runs about a mile long. I think it had 10 or 12 sidings to it. We had a roundhouse at one time, and there were 3 different rail lines that intersected in Minerva.
All right, that's basically telling you about the town, the area around the scenario where this all went down. There's this guy. Describes it a little bit more. It's a very small town area, kind of like where I'm at. Very, how can you put it? It's like a small town. Everybody knows each other, country type town.
Ready to own your own home, but struggling to qualify for a mortgage? Or Divvy, a new way to buy a home.
So,
Jane was the first female baby born in town, named after a person's family, you know what I mean? And the only industry in town then was the old mill.
there's that. There's a lot of talking about the town. They're trying to let you guys. They're trying to give you guys a picture of what this town is like. It's a very old school town that, um, a lot of the industry had gone. A lot of people had moved away. The older families that live here that have been here forever, and basically, trying to give you a depiction of what the town was like and what it was like to live in this town. And it wasn't a big booming area. And, when something like this happens in a town like that, it gives you the visual of what it was like, is why they're trying to. They took a lot of time describing the town to everybody in this documentary. So I'm trying to hit the important parts so that it doesn't drag out for you guys and get stupid boring. Let's see if this is it. Okay, let's start going to do this here. And bam. This was a local newspaper, the Akron Beacon Journal. Um, and this was based on a specific family. Okay, and I'm not far from here. Literally, guys, I'm about 20 minutes away from this area. Okay, 25 minutes. Um, So I know what the area looks like. I know what the town is like. I'm another smaller town where I live at that's a lot like this. There's multiple tiny towns around here, and then we're surrounded by a couple big cities like Cleveland and Youngstown, Akron, Canton, places like that. But these are just real small country towns that everybody lives in. So um, I live, like I said, actually it's about a half an hour from Paris Township north, and this was the little. Hey, Kimberly, welcome, hon. Just a little article they put in the Akron Beacon Journal about this scenario. I'm sure you guys can read that. So
It was August of 1978. Our shift started at 10:30, and as I left the sheriff's office to head out into my area, I got a call to uh, go to a house on Lincoln Street East, which is Route 30, US 30. And the address I don't recall, but
you guys make sure you let me know if something goes dark or if this gets hit for whatever reason. I don't think it should though. I kind of checked this one out a little bit, and I'm hoping because this is a documentary and I'm talking through the whole thing. It's very small. I think this one's good. If something happens, I'm going to give you an apology up front, but I don't think it will.
it was a little bit west of Minerva in Paris Township. And the people that lived there had seen a peculiar object or a peculiar thing.
Can you report to the
Reporting officer received a call to contact complaint residents regarding a large animal in her yard. Mrs. Clayton told the officer for the past month they have been plagued with some type of hairy beast around it. Now we do have bears around here, guys. Okay, but typically they don't come out around us. Okay, I've seen black bears and brown bears in this area, and they just stay away. They come down from PA towards us out of the mountains and through the woods and so on and so forth. If they get a lot of them get pushed out by lumberjacks and trackers and stuff like that. So that's the situation. But this was how many years ago? But there have been sightings since, but this was the biggest scenario back then. So let's see. I believe that the next person you're going to see is the actual lady that was part of the family that lived there. Oh, no. This was the actual reporter for the Akron Beacon Journal that did the story.
for a long, long time. And the repository, I don't think, got on it for quite a while. And then after it went out on the wire, sort of the bombardment of outside media came. But for a long time, I was just the only one there. And it was me and Deputy Shannon.
And that's her stating that it was her and the officer that showed up at the farm at the time um, that were there. This is the guy I believe next that is part of the family that had the situation happen to him, or one of the guys.
All around the house, we always just thought it was a man that lived in the woods. We always thought it was a hermit living in the woods. And we had time, we outside, we had a old garage here.
At the door, the people that lived there were waiting on me at the door.
Old garage here. It was always, we always hear something behind the garage. And we just thought it was someone messing around. Well, as time went on and everything, it got more and more active.
So I drove down there. It's probably about a 10, 12-mile drive from when I got the call, and pulled in their long lane driveway up to the house. And of course, I had my spotlight on, looking around to see what I could see. And of course, I saw nothing. But when I got out of the car, they were waiting on me at the door. The people that lived there were waiting on me at the door. And when I got out of the car, there was a pretty strong ammonia smell. It was the first thing that I noticed, and I thought how peculiar that was.
Now that, guys, I don't know if you've heard this. Like urine, okay, has a very strong ammonia smell when it settles on something. And a lot of what the eyewitness stories have been told about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever, is because they kind of, you know, they urinate on themselves. They're covered in hair. It gets matted in their hair, it's repeated, 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 repeated. So and then they lay down wherever they're at. They roll around, so on and so forth. So a lot of people that have claimed to have seen or been around these scenarios, sometimes people that haven't even seen it, but they hear things, claim to smell that real strong, urine ammonia smell. And the breeze is blowing. If you got something that's 9, 10 foot tall, covered in hair, that's full of piss, the wind's blowing, you're gonna smell it. So that's what he's referring to, and that's why he's talking about that scenario like that.
And kind of put it aside for the moment and met the people at the house who were obviously distressed. They were really distressed.
Of course, I was living here at the time. My sister Vicky, she lived in East Palestine at the time.
And these are the people right here. Hal Clayton, Vicky, was it Vicky Heck and Scott Patterson, and then of course Linda Jones. These were all the people that were there that met the officer at the door that night, and that lived in the household at the time.
Linda Jones lived in the trailer park, and my sister Becky lived in Canton at the time. We were just all here because it was a family. A weekend. Well, we got together on weekends.
Talked to them about what had happened and all these sorts of things, and got them calmed down to the point that they could pretty much tell me what had happened in the last hour. And what they described to me was hearing rocks or something hit the roof of their house.
They were getting their house pelted with rocks, and there were footprints, and they just didn't know, if this was vandalism perhaps or something else.
We always had rocks thrown and messing around, knocking on trees, houses.
I've been by this house, by the way, guys, probably 300, 400 times. It's a very nice piece of property. Let's see. Let me get to the good points here.
And at that time, said the front door, we had 3 windows, they're big windows. And we're sitting here, and my mom happened to look up and see this thing leaning down, looking into the window. Of course, it startled us. And we're watching there, and there about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, then it walked away. Well, we couldn't get out fast, we had to go out that door. We walked around the back, and we looked around, and walking away off the top of the bank. We came back in the house probably 10, 15 minutes later, and next thing you know, we hit tapping on the side of the house, tapping on the windows and everything. Just trying to get our attention. It wasn't harming nobody.
Sounded like I wanted to play with him.
Scott Patterson, yes.
Like Harry and Anderson. Maybe he wanted to come in for dinner or something. Who knows? You know what I mean?
And I think the mother told me that it was as tall.
No worries, Heather. No worries.
The eave of the house where the roof met the sidewalls.
When we first started seeing it, I would say between 6 and 7 foot tall, covered in hair. It was. It still had facial features. It wasn't completely like a rag mop, over the face and everything. Facial features and everything had on it. It probably weighed a good 400 to 500 pounds. I'd say maybe more.
It's not really that big, unless
because you can see it wasn't like.
Now, based on accounts people have said, and that they've seen these things 9, 10, 11 foot tall. This guy's saying 6, 7 foot tall, maybe 400 pounds. Like this could be the way that this was told to me before was if there's a family of these things, okay, like there's a mother, father, maybe a couple younger ones, that this could be a younger version of what the actual adult version of this thing is that are bigger and it wasn't fully grown. So
like I said, like a mob hanging from its arms. It was hairy, but you could still see the muscular physique and all that. But it was a really good size. Or bean, whatever you want to call it.
I went out to the chicken coop where they said this thing was, and I couldn't see anything. I found no tracks of it or anything like that. But the ammonia smell was pretty strong. I mean, it was noticeable. Uh, I found some fur that was on a nail that was protruding out of this old chicken coop that was there. It was grayish brown, and it was almost like a mohair or a real fine, fuzzy kind of hair. And I collected it. But back then, DNA wasn't a very commonplace thing that we used. So I ended up submitting it later on to a college professor at Malone here in Canton, who couldn't really tell me what it was from or anything like that. So they were calmed down, and I kind of could do nothing else.
Yeah, she mainly talked to my mother and father at the time. I pretty much stayed out of it, let them do their talking, explain to them what they seen and everything happened. Yeah, Barb pretty much dealt with my mom and dad.
I was just sort of curious at first and just collecting information. Deputy Shannon was there most of the time. And so we were conversing and going over things and going over the property and looking at things together. And also a photographer from the Beacon, the late Ted Walls, was down there with me. And
Okay, so where'd I go? This is a map of that actual general vicinity. And let me see here to show you where I'm at compared to, or to show you where this is. Like right over here, I'm up this way more, but over here is exactly where they're at.
And dealt with. Back then, we had 4 patrol zones. They were basically the northwest end of the county, the northeast end, the southwest end, and the southeast end, where Minerva is situated. On the night in question, I was assigned to the southeast end, north of Paris Township, East Canton. There's a number of small little villages out that way, and more or less farming or agricultural areas.
Jim and I became very.
In case you guys can't read it, after initial investigating the complaint at Mrs. Clayton's late on Monday night, August 21st of 78, the reporting officer, along with Deputy Sam Sainer, Deputy Charles Mason, Deputy Mike Taylor, and Deputy Mark Douglas, went to the area during the daylight hours of the early morning of Tuesday, August 22nd, 1978. So they went back the next morning, basically to check out the scenario.
Very good friends, and he became very good friends with the family and everything. Yeah, I remember when Jim came down a lot. He was here a lot. Jim and his partner, Sam, they was the first ones ever to investigate for my family. And they come down, they go up one strip mine with us, they look around and investigate and see what they find. They found a bedding right there behind the house. across the way, 12 foot round. And they had one of their deputies come down and lay in it. They said it looked like a baby laying on a king size bed. And I think that was the same time that they found the droppings and things like that. And Jim and Sam was down here almost every night for a couple weeks, even after hours when they got off duty. They came out and sit down here with my parents and us.
In back of their house a good ways, there was a ravine, and going down to the ravine, it was just solid multi-floor rows, and you couldn't have gone through there without getting all torn up. And it almost looked like there was an oval carved out of the multi-floor rows, and straight down at the bottom, it was maybe, I don't know, 8 or 10 feet to the bottom of this ravine, and at the bottom it seemed to have all sorts of squished leaves and branches and matter and stuff that had been tamped down like something had been sleeping there. And I remember Deputy Shannon saying that hair samples had been taken from those thorn bushes, and I think they were sent to Malone College. Why they were sent to Malone, I don't know. And then when we tried to track them down later, they either said they lost them or never had them or something like that. So we don't know what happened to those. But he said he did take a hair sample out of the thorn bushes going down this ravine.
So the following morning, when the sun came up, we got a couple of us took out a couple of our four-wheel drive Jeeps and went back down through there. There's a behind these folks' house was a strip mine, and they tried to rehab it, but it still had a lot of junk in it and all sorts of things. So we went down there and looked, and it was a nice day that day, and spent a couple hours looking around and found nothing. In a search in the daylight just behind their house, I found a bone, and it was an old bone.
That's jawbone.
But I took it anyway, and we submitted it again to Malone College, and they determined it was a jaw.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go grab my drink real quick. I ran out, so hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and let this play for you.
Jawbone from a cow. So that kind of pretty much ended my involvement with that case right then and there for that period of time.
Kristen owns her own home, and she did it with Divvy, a new way to rent to own.
Divvy was a perfect bridge for us between apartment living and home ownership, and now we own our own home, and we couldn't be happier.
Divvy, ready, set, own.
Netflix, Amazon, and HBO Max are always swapping movies, but with one just simple search, regardless of what service it's on, you can find it with Likewise TV. No more bouncing backward and forward between services and wasting valuable time. Just type in whatever you're looking for and it tells you where you can find it. You can easily save items you are interested in into a single watch list. Likewise TV is free to use, a single destination for all your streaming services.
We used to have rocks almost every night. Yeah. And it was just a game. We throw rocks, they throw rocks, they throw rocks, we go back. Well, one night we wanted to be curious and see what would happen, so we start marking. We throw a rock up and we mark it with a big X with a marker. We throw it up on the strip mine. A couple minutes later, that same rock would come back down with the marking still on, and the rock would be warm, and it was just kind of funny. Or we're playing a game here, but it was weird how that rock would come back down to us that we marked. And have its exact same marking on it. glasses on, wore glasses. And she goes, if you think you're so smart, she goes, why don't you hit me right between the eyes with a rock? And it wasn't 30 seconds later, she got beamed right between the eyes with a rock. Broke her glasses, she had a big knot on her head. We all thought that was funny. We thought someone just don't.
What's that, Lance? Adman in annoying?
And in the mid 70s, late 70s, that's when it really started getting active. And that's when all the publicity started coming around. And we seen it walking on the banks out there. And like I said, we thought it was just some guy messing around. So one night it was messing around. It was really bothersome. Wanted attention.
Sorry about that.
And my brother, myself, and 2 or 3 of our friends would chase this thing down. And this was in 78. And we got it on the other side of the strip mine bank, and we jumped on it, thinking it was just a man messing around. And at that time, there was the 5 of us, off of us, like, it's just a guy throwing some kids off his back, wrestling around with him. What happened to find my brother? And he had teeth mark probably 3.5 inches in diameter on his back. And we did, they took pictures of it and everything like that. But it ran down the bank and it jumped over the side, and that was it for the night.
Something initially happened to their dog. It was chained to a doghouse, and it was found like out of its collar and dead. And they didn't know what was happening.
The dog we had at the time, it was a German Shepherd, and when we got her, she was a guard dog. Got her off the neighbor, and she was. When he fed her, he had to hold a stick because she was that mean. And for some reason, he gave her to my dad, and my dad brought her over here, and it wasn't within 48 hours. I thought it was just as calm and gentle as it could be. And this thing was messing around, and the dog dug a tunnel. I'd say probably 5-6 foot deep, and that's where the dog was sleeping at night.
That's a German Shepherd. Them dogs are big to begin with, so this thing must have been bigger than what he was describing to be able to fling this thing around like it was nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Whether this thing liked barking dogs or what, I don't know. But yeah, we woke up one night, the dog was still in the pit, and we woke up the next day, and the dog was laying on the thing with his neck broke, still on his chain, and had plenty of room where he didn't choke himself out. You know what I mean? There's several people in the trip from the south. There was one gentleman lived down there at the time, and it was in the same duration that this was going on here heavily. That he came down and beat on his window of his trailer, and I'm assuming the sheriff and everybody talked to him like they talked to me. Whether they gave his report, I don't know. But yeah, he reported a few times. Actually, a couple of people reported that there was mishaps going on down there also.
Folks from the trailer park, and I think there was a gentleman living who sort of shared their driveway, and later on, hands were like this, sort of with palms out and thumbs.
But never reported it because of the nobody would believe me kind of thing.
We used to play football and everything down there in the field, and the neighborhood kids, they was all talking about it. And actually, a lot of them was afraid to come out at night after they told them what they seen and all that. I was 10 years old at that time, and right around that time there, the neighbors over there was complaining that they seen, they thought it was Bigfoot and all that, and they said they seen green eyes looking in the windows, and then the garage had shingles tore off of it, and there was claw marks on there, and after that, they started going up in the woods, seeing what they could see, trying to see it. At night, even with flashlights and guns and that, and they never did, but they seen some footprints, as long like that would be, and
It's hard to tell how big that is because there's nothing there to measure the size of it, but pretty good size.
And it wasn't no bear because theirs is round. Everybody knows that. And the claws. This didn't have claws. It had toes sticking out. And the foot was kind of long. scared because they didn't know what it was.
Oh, I was 8 years old at the time, but there was many different reports of different things being seen. I remember my father was coming down Baird Road at one time. There was a bridge, and there was an old public dump back there. And I remember him stating that he saw something really big and brown down in that dump. But that's as far as that ever went. I'm going to say around 14, 15. We used to take this boat out, and there was a real high cliff wall in the back. But it was a great place to fish. We'd go back there, and we would be pelted with rocks at our boat. We would hear noises up in the woods. We just always thought it was kids playing around.
56 and 57 when this was really going on heavy. My dad, he went to the outhouse one day out there. He didn't have inside toilets, most people did. And when he was in there, he heard growling and everything and noise out in the grass. And he snuck over to the window. He said he seen a big black shadow go across there. He thought it was a bear. He didn't know for sure. He thought it was a bear, and he was so scared he didn't have no gun out there, and he run to the house. I remember I was in the house, and he come in and told us all about it. And he was just shaking. And he got his gun out in the house. He was watching. He didn't go to bed all night there. Because it was after dark, probably about 10 or 11 o'clock at night. But he stayed up all night then because he was afraid to go to bed. And like I say, the neighbors was afraid to come out at night too, all around that area there. We was friends with the whole neighborhood at that time, clear down the line. And they all knew about this. Of course, some of them moved out and everything now.
Every time that this thing was around, we always seen a cat. Yeah, it always looked like a cougar. Well, according to the fishing game, cougars don't exist in Ohio. Well, they did. Even that they can't tell me that they didn't because I know what a cougar looks like. I always did know one. Yeah, but every time I think of ground, you always see a cat with it. What the sequence was with them and what the connection was, I have no idea. It was always looked like cougars that was with them.
Some of the reports that come into the police supposedly have this thing going around with two smaller things, but the family couldn't, witnesses here couldn't pinpoint any kind of description on the two smaller things. They only saw it in the dark, kind of reflected in the flashlight. It wasn't too clear, and the big thing kind of stuck in the front of one of these little things. And they couldn't come up with anything clear on the two smaller things. From what they said, it didn't even sound like the two smaller things were the same species as the big thing. They seemed to be, they said, traveling on four legs instead of two, and they look like big mutated cats. Like big, about the size of a mountain lion, but the same color, only they had funny shaped heads.
Well, in 1978, July or August of 1978, I was going over to a friend's house to spend the afternoon. And I went to his house, and we got a bow and arrow and a BB gun. We went down into the woods. Well, we went out to the barn, and he kept telling me about a hairy witch that lived down behind their barn. So we went down into the valley. We went through a
Being present for your clients is just as important as being present for the everyday moments you can't miss. Simple Practice, your partner in private practice. Click the button below to get started today.
And we ran back to the house. We slammed the gate on our way through, and it stopped at the gate. When it stopped at the gate, we continued to run up to the house. We told his mom. His mom did not believe us. She told us to go play. We went back out to the barn, and we stood there and we watched it down in a dump behind their house. But the big one was very tall. I was 8 years old, so to us, the big one was real tall. It stood upright. It walked like a man, but it took really long strides. We were running. It was like a fast walk. The small ones were right behind it, running with it. And they were, I'm going to guess, about 4 feet tall, real hairy. Like, I don't remember the facial features. I don't even know if I ever actually seen the facial features. I just know the hair was really long on it.
What's up, Tammy?
Long arms, long legs. Still to this day, I have no idea what it was, but it wasn't a bear. I can say it was not a bear.
20 feet away from my left. My son we were actually walking the deer path, and he was about 8 feet in front of me, and he just happened to stop real quick, and he looked to his left, and then he pointed, and he told me, he says, look. Well, at the time, a few years ago, this was a lot of brush and stuff like that, and I really couldn't see what he was talking about. So I asked him again, and then he pointed to his left, and he goes, right there. That's when I kind of just hunched down where I could get a better view, and there that thing stood. He stood there, kind of like in a forward type gait. His arms were down to his side, and he was looking in our direction. His actual body was at an angle, but he was looking in our direction, and he was moving his upper body left and right. But where I'm standing at, his body was at an angle to me, and you could almost pretty much see him head to toe. If I were to guess weight, I would say 500-600 pounds. I couldn't tell if it was male or female. I really didn't, get into that. But you couldn't really see a nose.
And see, that's what makes me think, guys, that in this scenario, that there was maybe a family of these things, because the description from the other people for the first one that was seen, because this is all in the same area, was a little bit smaller. This one's bigger now, so that's what I'm saying. Maybe there was a couple of these. How's it going, Tam? Man, it's good to have you here. Thanks for dropping in, bro.
You know what I mean? You couldn't tell if it was a hooded nose or, you couldn't tell. And the hair kind of went clear up into here, and then the hair on the forehead, it kind of came down in front of the eyes. Then the time came, my son says, I want to get out of here. I said, okay, I agree, and we actually left the area before it did.
We still see the footprints, and we still get the knocking on the trees, and we still get the knocking on the house and the windows and everything, but it's never tried to break into my house. It's never threatened anybody. Just pretty much just knocking on the house, say, hey, I'm still here.
Another article from the Akron Beacon Journal. I don't know if you guys can read this. It says it was shortly before dark when five strangers in a van stopped in front of Herbert and Evelyn Caton's home in Ohio 30 in Paris Township, armed with cases of beer, shotguns, and a trained killer Doberman. The young men said they had traveled from Akron to search for a big hairy creature that is becoming the biggest tourist attraction in the village, and called it Bigfoot. The name given to the human-like hair-covered creature that is periodically reported and being sighted in the western states. We never said it was, said Vicky Heck, the Clayton's 26-year-old daughter. In fact, none of the family knew what Bigfoot was before last week. When others told them about it, she said, rather witness call the creatures they say the big hairy thing. For lack of a better term, you can't put a label on something when you don't know what it is, Mrs. Keck said. Mrs. Caton said cars have lined both sides of the road in front of her house. So, like I said, just in case you guys couldn't read that, that's why I read it to you. So now we get all the drunken, shotgun toting redneckers out there thinking they're going to get themselves or bag themselves a Bigfoot now. So this did go on, guys, for real. It's a little easier to read there.
We had several people coming in trucks and everything, drinking beer with guns, wanting to go back in the woods, hunting for the woods, wanted to go see if they could find this thing. And my mom and them said, get off the property. We don't want it. It's just not like that. But yeah, we pretty much start turning people away.
Of course, it made a lot of news. It not only regionally but beyond, and it drew a lot of the people that have an interest in Bigfoot. And the only thing I remember was going down there, and I think shift change had happened, and I was working afternoons then, which would have been 2:30 in the afternoon till 10:30 at night. And I remember going down there one time on a call where the road was blocked, where so many people had parked. You know that's a 2-lane road going right through there, and so many people had parked partially on the roadway that it was creating a hazard. And I might have run a few off back then. I really don't remember.
I remember it was very hot and it was very nice. Those nights that we were on the porch and everything, you could hear all the crickets and the night sounds and everything, which they said stopped, if this thing was around. But
hey, Robin.
When we were there, that never happened, so we didn't get to witness
Glad to see you, hon.
Yeah, it was sort of a steamy August, as I recall, and nice weather. And unfortunately, too, that was sort of helpful to the Yahoos who brought their beer and their Dobermans and were trying to kill Bigfoot. So I think if the weather had been a little more unfavorable, there would have been fewer people camped out in the strip line.
One simple but brilliant trick to cool your home in 90 seconds. Tired of hot and stuffy?
I don't know how many times we were called down there. I know how many times I was, but how many times other guys may have been called, other deputies were called down there, I don't know. But the repository, the local newspaper, did a continuing series of stories on that back then. And I remember reading some where people from all over the country had descended on the community looking for this Bigfoot. But my involvement in it was the only thing I can remember those 2 times.
Bigfoot hunters. They was investigating this and they had all this research on it. Well, as far as I knew, my parents knew, it didn't even exist until that. You know what I mean? So what their criteria was or what they had reports of, I don't know. But yeah, we had a lot of people coming saying they was Bigfoot hunters and they did this investigation and there's proof of it back here. My mom pretty much
They were embarrassed by all the attention, especially after all the Yahoos started coming in with their Dobermans and their rifles and their beer and looking for Bigfoot and they were going to shoot them. Not only out of town media, but out of state and out of country media were calling. And I think they gave them all the same answer, well, it doesn't exist. And they just.
I'm sorry, Robin. It's about what we call here. It's in Ohio where I'm from. It's literally like 30 minutes from me. It's called the Minerva Monster. It is, I guess, a form of Bigfoot or what they call the Ohio Grassman, a Sasquatch, whatever you want to call it. It's a story that happened back in 1978. There's been numerous sightings in that same area and this area since then about this thing. But this is a true life account of a family that went through this for a period of time. And police were involved. There's different people that they're interviewing that were involved in it. This lady here, in general, that looks like she's sleeping, was a reporter for the Akron Beacon Journal that did a whole thing on the case. Um, so that's what I had said yesterday. I was going to pull up this thing on Bigfoot. This was part of it. The other one I tried to play wasn't allowed because it was copyrighted. So my mistake. But that's what we're watching. If it's boring to you, I understand. If you don't want to stick around, it's okay. But this goes into part of what I'm going to be doing here in the morning times, along with just other streams. So, but thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. Glad to see you. Okay, good deal. Good deal. If you got any questions, just let me know. I can answer them best I can.
The whole thing. So yeah, they were kind of embarrassed. There is definitely a pride of Minerva. They don't want to be considered a hick town or anything like that. They want to be
Too late.
A fine, upstanding mid-American village here, and
it's definitely a hick town, guys. Just so you know, lots and lots of hicks.
I think there probably was the perception that this kind of made them look silly or something.
Once it hit the paper, it was just harassment after harassment, ridicule after ridicule. It was a little restaurant up by town, Bigfoot ate here, and we got Bigfoot sandwiches. It was just, it got out of control, and that's pretty much
when this happened, guys. I remember this being talked about. I was like 4 or 5 years old when this went down. I can't think. I think it was. What the hell was the name of it? I think it was called Cookie's Place or Cookie's Diner or something like that. Is the place he's talking about. And there was another one on the other end of town too. But they were serving, both places were serving Bigfoot burgers. No bullshit. And they would take ground beef and they would put it in. This cracks me the fuck up. This tells you the people who live in Ohio, guys. They would put it into the form of a Bigfoot, the footprint, and you got the Bigfoot burger. It was a big ass. It was like a 1 pound burger, I believe. And so they were serving these Bigfoot burgers when this shit went down. Everybody and anybody capitalizes as much as they can off shit like this when it happens. They definitely did that here when this went down. I lived in a town called Cardington when I was going into 7th grade near Mount Gilead. Okay, I know where that's at. Good deal. So anyway, I just thought that was a little piece of info I'd throw in there. Kind of funny to me, but
When my mom and dad said, that's it, we don't want no more publicity. We don't want to be involved in this no more. And it pretty much just ruined the excitement of everything, in my opinion, And some of us, after we got a little bit older, we just moved away and stayed away for a while. But yeah, when it hit the news, and it was just like, we had cars going by at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. My mom and dad did hollering at us and, screaming stupid stuff like that.
So just so you guys know, too, you can look it up. There were people that came from California, Vegas. I think there was an account of a family that came from Hawaii, but Oregon, Washington, all over the United States. It definitely is, Robin. Absolutely crazy. To see this stuff, like these people came from everywhere. There were so many people that flooded this area. This town did really good for that entire summer because of this scenario. So it's crazy. And yes, Ohio is absolutely fucking crazy, and so are the people in it.
In a driveway, coming in and turning around, just to holler for my mom and dad. And that's another reason why Jim and Sam came here after hours and they sit on the porch with my mom and dad just to keep
and a lot of the businesses used this as a I don't know. Certainly, I don't know if it drew many more customers in. But for example, there was a car wash that said Bigfoot washed here, and there's Marquee and a couple of other places I think used it as a funny saying or something.
They were there in a rural area and they were making their way and they took care of their family, the kids took care of their children, and their children were, in turn taking care of their parents as they got older. And it was just a very close-knit, very fine family. Yeah, very honest people, very down to earth.
I felt bad for the Catons because they reported this, and I don't think everyone believed them. I think a lot of people believed them. I believed them, but I think there were people in the community that obviously there's people all over the world that disbelieve this.
Well, anything I can say about my family is that they never was into the attention. My mom and dad, when we grew up with ourselves, we never wanted the publicity and anything. And my mom and dad was never trying people to lash out at somebody just because of what they said. It was just they are who they are. We are who we are. And sooner or later, what comes around goes around. That's just the way my family has always been. To be ridiculed like they were. And my dad was very protective of my mom. I'm real surprised he didn't fly off sometimes. But that's just not how my family was.
It's here, and I needed it because my fridge is super empty. I'm gonna open the box. The exciting part. Fruit came through, and my refrigerator is packed.
There's no doubt in my mind then or today that those folks saw something. No question in my mind. There was no booze involved. I didn't go in and say, "Hey, were you all drinking tonight?" But in conversation with them, you could certainly tell, and no doubt in my mind that they saw something. What they saw, misses question. But they definitely saw something. They were terrified. They were frightened to no end. I was probably there that night. I bet I was there the better part of a couple of hours, talking to them and reassuring them that everything would be okay. But no, I'm thoroughly convinced they saw something.
He was checking it out like it was. And he told me he did not believe it was a hoax. These people, told the same story every single time. Now, later on in the Wall Street Journal, I think in '96, he was interviewed and he sort of poo-pooed the idea of Bigfoot existing. And he was quoted in there as saying, well, once it robs a liquor store or something, then I'll believe in it. But at the time, we didn't know what was going on, but we thought something was going on. So
when we went back out that following morning, the whole shift went. There were 5 of us on that shift, so the whole shift went out, and I think everybody genuinely, when I told them what had happened, I think everybody genuinely believed it and wanted to see if we could find anything. Whether or not they believed that Bigfoot exists or not, nobody really ever said, and we moved on from it then. But, no, there was no talk of disbelieving the people or anything like that.
I don't know that it matters so much for the town per se, but the area. I think it sort of speaks to the culture and to the honesty and, as I said, sort of solid the earth people who live here, and the fact that they did report it. Something's going on. Somebody killed our dog, and they did report it, and they put up with all of this hassle afterward, but still stuck to their story. They never recanted. They never said, "Oh, we were just making it up" or anything like that. They stuck to their story years later. But I think it speaks to the kind of closeness of the community, that in the end, the Catons were still accepted as members of the community and supported and everything, despite the, a few might harass them or yell things out the window as they drove by. I still don't know if Bigfoot exists. I still don't know what to make of all of the stuff that I learned and saw and everything. I can't explain what was going on, and I don't know why there's never been any body found and never been any evidence or anything like that. So it's just one of those curious things that's going to remain a mystery.
Well, I read about it. I didn't go into an exhaustive research of it, but I read a little bit about it because I was curious too. When you see somebody, a family that was that as terrified as they were, there was something to that. So, yeah, I was interested in it. Could it have really happened there? It's quite possible. If I guess I don't know if I'm a believer or non-believer, but I know I believe what I saw that night and what I smelled that night and the shape those people were in when I got there. So something.
I just want everyone to know that my mom and dad didn't make it up. They wasn't that type of people. And what they went through, they didn't deserve it. They really and truly, they were genuine people. And I consider my family genuine people. But to make something up like this, and I'm not putting anyone down for what they did or anything like that. It's just, it wasn't made up. And this thing to be, and for this thing, whatever it may be, it's not a monster. It's not violent. It never has been, at least with my family. It's never been violent. It's never been aggressive. But, they really got to understand it. This thing is what it is. Don't make it out to be something else. You know what I mean? Because then you give it a bad name, just like it attacks people. Now people don't go, they don't need to. Let it be curious to what it does. But some of the people just got carried away with it. I mean, they were younger at the time. We all were younger at the time. Yeah. That's all. That's all. Nothing personal against them. Nothing personal against the town. We all was young and juvenile at the time. And let's see how much grass is passed. Whether it's a monster, it's not a monster. It's just a thing.
And that is that. Now, and that all happened, folks. Um, Give me a second here. So what do you guys think of that? Just like everybody else, Robin, right? Tired of it all. I know you didn't get to see the whole scenario, Robin, but the rest of you guys, like, what do you think of that scenario? Like I said, the people of that's why they went through in the beginning, and they were trying to show everybody um, the type of town that it was and the type of people that lived there. I mean, they're just, I was kind of making fun of the rednecky, hickabilly, whatever you want to call them, shotgun toting, beer drinking, moonshiners. You know what I'm saying? But it's really not always like that. Okay, it's very down home, comforting, like she said, very welcoming to anybody from the outside. Simple life is what most people in these areas are like around that. Okay, so again, um, it was a person in a suit, right? That's kind of where I went with it. But see, when the sheriff's deputy said he had that smell that came at him, the footprints, which could be made by the person in a costume, but the different scenarios that had gone on with it. Um, one second here. I'm sorry. I tried to find ways to disprove it. Um, you know, what the hell was it I was thinking of? Let me see something. And the thing is if it was something, that existed then, who knows? People still said that they have had sightings over the past few years of this thing, whether it's people actually doing it or just saying it to try to bring it back for the publicity of it, to make something exciting happen in that area, blah, blah, blah. So, um, it is what it is. Again, I'm that person that don't believe it till I see it. Period. That's just me. Until the day I see a 12-foot tall, hair covered, piss smelling monster type thing, I'm not going to believe it. And see, these people make this one out. Like, there's people that have said they've seen it, they were scared shitless of it, right? Most of it could be real. Some stories made up so they can be named because others saying the same thing. Right. See, this scenario, it was a real life Harry and the Henderson scenario. They said it was gentle, wasn't violent, blah blah blah, um, so on and so forth. My issue with it is there's no pictures, there's no videos, which in 1978, yeah, I get that. I mean, there was Polaroids and shit like that. I'd have been snapping the shit out of some pictures if I'd have seen something like that, especially if it walked right up to my window. Um, so there's that. But again, I'm going to personally try to be the one that debunks something like this because I've never seen one. You know, again, and that goes for anything. I have a story I'm going to go over with you guys too down the road here about aliens. There was an alien sighting and a whole big deal. It was actually on Unsolved Mysteries in the city I grew up in when I was younger. This happened when I was a senior in high school. So there's a lot of shit that's gone on around here. Um, no, that doesn't make you crazy whatsoever, Rob, and that's why I'm doing this kind of stuff. Ohio has a lot of stuff. Here's that just a little bit of a. You guys were talking about Crybaby Bridge earlier. Let me find it here. Where are we at? Hold on. All right. I'll show you a little bit about the Crybaby Bridge thing real fast. I'm gonna have to get off here pretty soon, but that way you guys aren't curiously wondering what this is, what everybody was talking about. This is what Crybaby Bridge is. Let me start at the very beginning. Hold on. All right. This is one of the again urban legends, like they're saying about Crybaby Bridge.
Some of them are local to the area. And just to give you a general idea, first topic I'm going to talk about is what is known as a crybaby bridge. And this is the nickname
I don't know if you guys can see that. It's really small, so I will read that to you. And it says, Crybaby Bridge. The nickname often reflects an urban legend that the sound of a baby can be or has been heard from the bridge. I've been here, by the way. It's very sad, but it's a true story, based on a true story. Um, um, the urban legend relating to a baby or young child slash children, where the mother threw her baby off the bridge and felt so badly that she killed herself. She now looks for her baby while crying in the river. And then again, stories of suicides associated with this location and stories of murder around the location and accidents happen around the location. That is all true. There has been a lot of police reports filed in regards to multiple suicides that have happened there, murders that have taken place, and or accidents that have happened in that scenario. So
Nickname, and it often reflects an urban legend that the sound of a baby can be heard, or that a baby is heard from the bridge or around the bridge, and it's related to a baby or a young child or children, where the mother threw her baby off the bridge and felt so badly that she killed herself. She now looks for her baby while crying in the river. There's often stories of suicides associated with the location, stories of murder around the location, and sometimes accidents are listed near the location. So the first one I'm going to talk about is Rogue Hollow, and that is in Doylestown, Ohio.
now this one I've heard about, never been there. I've had a couple people I know that have been through there. Usually it's in October, and this is in relation to quote unquote one of the Crybaby Bridge stories. Just so you know.
Go. And the bridge is only approachable from October to May from Hampton Road. And it's a steeper portion. The road is seasonally closed to prevent accidents. So let's go through a little Crybaby Bridge checklist, shall we? Are there accidents at the location? Yes. Are there stories of crying and screaming at the location? Yes. Stories of hearing a baby cry at the location? Yes. So I'm going to read a little story of a little bit about this bridge. So Rogues Hollow Crybaby Bridge is at the center of what is probably the most widespread
Now you've been to this one, Lance, in Doylestown.
legend of its kind in the entire state. And that's saying something because in Ohio there are dozens of variations on this theme. So the story is that a woman who threw her unwanted newborn over the bridge, she is long dead, but today Crybaby is a nondescript footbridge over a small creek near the visitor center, but odd things are said to happen there, and you are supposedly supposed to hear a remorseful mother crying and weeping over the baby. Right now, some mysterious other things that happen. There's a wooded area around Rogues Hollow. It used to be a mining village. It was a small operation for mining back about 100 years ago. The Rogue Hollow Historical Society would be happy to tell you
Cool
about
shit,
the
Lance.
haunted Chidester Mill, which is around the same area. It is also known to have a headless horseman who roams around the place. So there are a lot of things and stories to be told around this area. So in the late 19th and early 20th century, the mines were still producing. Rogues Hollow was a wild place where outlaws and gangsters hid out there. It was far from civilization and any effective law enforcement. So the locals weren't much better. There were shootouts.
That's what it sounds like,
And
Brandy.
there were regular occurrence there, being robbed, and other crazy things said that the ghosts are best seen in the hollow on a moonlit night when there are large fleecy clouds overhead, and the hollow fairy comes alive with the residents of the spirit world. Those who had a hand in making Rogue Hollow wild and dangerous place, and make it a wild and dangerous place. So that is Rogue Hollow Bridge. There's also stories from Weird Ohio, which is a great book and resource that I've used for this presentation. In there's a story that is told by an anonymous person, and it's about the gray lady in the hollow road.
Mm-hmm.
And this anonymous person says, as a teenager, my friends and I spent a lot of time in the hollow, and it was a great place to take girls.
Yep.
When we were broke.
Gray
I
lady.
had a couple of scary things happen there. At one point in the road, there was a field and a foundation to an old building. So moving beside the old foundation towards the road was what looked like a lady in an old-time dress, and she was moving very quickly, too fast for a human. And she seemed to be like light and shadow all in one, very bizarre, like a very light gray color. She moved into the middle of the road in front of us and then vanished. And this story is from Mindy. The Rogue Hollows area is full of some crazy stuff. There is a crybaby bridge. It is a big steel frame bridge under which.
So you guys understand, these are personal accounts of people that have been here or live here or have had like experiences here. So you know.
A woman gave birth and drowned an illegitimate child. Now, if you go across the bridge at night and turn your car off, you can hear a baby cry. There is a story of a headless horseman that roams the area at night. There are also train tracks, so phantom trains, and you can still sometimes see the train run through at midnight. And there's also a great.
And there's a story, she didn't hit on that, that if you go over the tracks at exactly midnight, your car will stall out and you'll see a phantom train come through there as well. I've never heard anybody tell the story personally to me that has experienced it, but I've heard multiple accounts of it supposedly happening, where it scared the shit out of people because you don't act, according to what the stories I've heard, is you don't actually see the train, but you hear it loud and clear. You look up and there's no train, but of course, you know, if you're sitting on them tracks, it's gonna scare the shit out of people. And this was 90s and 80s. You know, people's cars don't stall anymore. They just now the new cars just turn off if you sit too long. So you know, but back then, people's cars would stall out as they're crossing the tracks, right in the middle of the tracks. They'd hear this train. I know all about the La La Lorna thing. That's some crazy shit, but that's basically the same story as this. Just a lot darker. So there's multiple stories about this whole area here. This whole area is creepy as fuck, from what I've been told.
Yard where the ground is supposedly shakes at midnight on Halloween. That is the Rogue Hollows. Okay, now we're going to talk a little bit about the Screaming Bridge of Mont.
This is the one that I've been at in Butler. One of the two.
Hughes Road. There are railroad tracks that are 25 feet below the bridge, and it is said that at least 36 people have been found dead or around the bridge and road. So let's look at a crime checklist. Accident, yes. Ghostly figures, yes. Screaming man and woman. Now the story goes with Maud Hughes Road that a couple got into an argument and a woman decided that she would jump out of the car and then jump into what she thought was water below, but actually train tracks, and she killed herself that way. That's
And that's happened, guys. There's been a few people that have been screwing around over the years at this place because at nighttime, okay, it is black. And I mean pitch black here. You can't see shit other than with your headlights. So you can't even tell. It's really weird because when you're crossing the bridge, it's so dark that you think that there could be water underneath that bridge, and it looks like a water bridge, right? There's not. There's tracks under there, 4 lane tracks that run that through there. Or I think it's 4 lane, yeah. And there's been multiple people that have been screwing around that can't see and have fallen off there. There's people that have committed suicide there. This base story that she's telling is what supposedly started the whole urban legend about it.
Part of the story. There is a ghostly echo of the girl's final scream, and it reverberates through the years because she had jumped from the moving car during a heated argument and fell all the way into the river. But in this case, there was no river, it was the train track. So here's another story that Jenny Mallory tells. It was about 11 on a foggy night. A few of us had just been driving around trying to figure out something to do, and finally we figured we'd try the old Screaming Bridge. So we drove up to the road and we parked on the bridge, turning off the engine and headlights, which is very dangerous and I don't recommend. While they were sitting there, and of course, every little noise was freaking them out. Ronnie was fooling around, laughing and trying to make me scream. I told him to be quiet. I really wanted to see something, and I was tired of going up to that bridge and never experiencing any of the stories I've told about. I turned my head to the right to look down the tracks, and after about 5 minutes of silence, the bright light appeared. At first I was thinking that a train was coming through, and that's all it was, but then I noticed something. There was no noise, no horn, no sound of wheels on an old wooden track. And then I noticed another thing. The light was flickering. It was also moving slow, almost as if it wasn't moving at all. I could see the glow from it on the tracks. The light was pretty far down, and I pointed it out to Ronnie, and he started freaking out. And he knew as well as I did that there were no trains running on that train track. So now we're going to talk about the Egypt Road.
Been to this one too.
Bridge. There's a legend of a baby falling into the river and drowning. And there's also baby cries that can be heard day and night. But
this is the first one I went to. And this is the one that I heard the noise that kind of sounds like a crying cat. That it freaked me out. Growing up, we called this the heavy metal bridge. We'd go up there partying all the time, stuff like that. Egypt Road is like really secluded and hidden, so like you can get away with pretty much whatever you want. But then everybody stopped going there because I don't know, about 10, 12, something like that years ago. It says it right there. Somebody was murdered there. And there's been other episodes of shit happened there, but this one was creepy as fuck. Just so you know.
Actually, in 2010, a murder victim was found near the bridge. That's not legend. It was reported in the newspapers, and it was really quite tragic. And what they believed was an elderly lady had been strangled and was found near the bridge because it's a wooded area and abandoned. That has not been solved to this day. So it has the same kind of stories about an unwanted baby being drowned there. And the road is closed now. It remains as an access way to high voltage utility lines. And the baby cries can be heard there, which may or may not be from the high voltage wires themselves making the noise. Now we're going to get to a more local bridge. So this is the Wisner Road Bridge in Kirtland, Ohio. We can go through the Crybaby Bridge checklist. There's stories of a baby being thrown from the bridge.
This one, guys, is down south, okay? Mm-hmm. Says it right here. Located in Melonhead territory. This is an area where they have seen the Melonhead kids and stuff like that, the kids with the oversized heads, that coming in and out of the woods, and kind of like the wrong turn stories and stuff like that. This one, there's been a lot of shit that's gone on here. So
crying and screaming can be heard from the bridge area, but there's also a bonus item. This is Melonhead territory. So the legend has it, along the bridge, also located on Wisner Road, cries and screams of babies can be heard in the distance. And for those not brave enough to leave the car, turn off your headlights. You may also hear the chilling cries for help. And the story, like many other folklore, is not solely subject to Ohio. Many variations are in various states throughout the country. However, all the stories have the same thing in common. Either a woman dropping her baby off the bridge or leaving it to drown. These are all in common. Now I'm going to get to the Melonheads, but I think this needs a little explanation first. What I'm going to go into next is cryptids. Now, cryptid is an animal such as a Sasquatch or Loch Ness monster that has been claimed to exist but never proven to exist. As you see, there's that little famous cutout of the film of Bigfoot that was taken in the 60s. Now, for the moment you've been waiting for, the Melonheads. Now, I hadn't heard too much.
I don't know if any of you know what the hell the Melonheads are. This is some creepy ass weird shit, guys. If you've ever seen the Wrong Turn movies, Hills Have Eyes, it's along that line. And a lot of this shit is based in Southern Ohio, West Virginia area. So I don't know if they're gonna show pictures, but it's weird shit. So
About Melonheads growing up or anything because I'm not originally from this area. I'm from Ohio, but not up in Lake County. It wasn't until I started working in Lake County that these stories started to come up, and some of you probably already know about this. So the Melonhead stories of Ohio are usually associated with Kirtland. And according to the local lore, the Melonheads were originally orphans under the care of a mysterious figure named Dr. Crow. And there's variations of the spelling of Dr. Crow, and there's variation of the word Melonhead. It's either separated or it's all one word. But the idea is that Crow is said to perform unusual experiments on the children who develop large, hairless heads and malformed bodies. He also works at an orphanage where these children were left in his care. Some people thought that they were suffering hydrocephalus, which is increased fluid on the brain. It is said that Crow injected even more fluid into their brains, and eventually the children got angry and they killed Crow and they burned the orphanage and they retreated to the surrounding forest. And they supposedly feed on babies or anything they can get their hands on, like cannibals or vampires. So the legend holds that the Melonheads may be sighted along Wisner Road in Kirtland and Chardon Township. The Melonhead legend has been popularized on the internet, particularly on websites Creepy Cleveland and Dead Ohio, where users offer their own versions of the story. There was a movie, Legend of the Melon Heads. It was released in 2010, and that is also based on the story. So, when you get tired of the same old stories from Ohio about Bigfoot, skunk apes, and Loch Ness Monster, head on over to Lake County and check out the melon heads. They're weird human-like creatures with enormous heads that roam the countryside in and around Kirtland and Chardon. As for the origin of the melon heads, the popular belief is that they were part of secret government testing that involved strange experiments on human subjects. Whatever they were testing, the results was that the subjects' heads are all swollen to enormous sizes. As with any good government conspiracy, it was decided the best thing to do would be to cover up the whole story. And since the melon heads were well taken care of, everything was fine. They seemed to like the Dr. Crow's wife a little more, but of course they didn't like Dr. Crow too much because supposedly he was the one doing the bizarre experiments on them. And there's also a variation of this tale, which focuses less on Dr. Crow and more on his wife. And this time, Dr. Crow and his wife are living in isolated
All right, Robin.
cabin
Thanks
in
for
the
being here,
woods
hon.
and have been asked to care for a group of children stricken with the hydrocephalus. And the wife is very loving and caring of the children. And she was seeing that the nickname Melon Heads was hurting the children's feelings. And she had very motherly instincts for the children. And so the children began to think of Mrs. Crow as their mother. Well, one day Mrs. Crow passed away, and the children's collective world came crashing down. And feeling that they were now lost, the children panicked and began running, thrashing about the Crow cabin, and Dr. Crow attempted to calm them, but to no avail. In the ensuing melee, a lit kerosene lantern was knocked to the floor, which set the old cabin on fire, engulfing everything, including Dr. Crow and all the children. And the Melonheads, of course, escaped and were left to fend for themselves in the woods. This is a story from someone in Eastlake. This person lives in Eastlake, not far from Kirtland, and has seen the burnt shack of Dr. Crow, and also saw a chain that the melon heads hung his dead corpse from. I can say as one person that the melon heads are in fact real. Close by Kirtland, there was a small castle for picnics and barbecues and miles of hiking trails. When you walk down these trails, you can see some mutilated animals in deep parts of the woods, and could see these animals, so they're believing that this is true. Also, another story. On October 5th, 2001, a person named Tony, their stepmother and brother, were driving down Chillicothe Road in Chardon when they came upon the stretch of the road that had fields on both sides and an irrigation ditch running parallel with each side of the road. Just then, I looked out of my window and I saw him, a melon. He or it was running along next to the ditch. Since the ditch was too wide to jump over, it was coming close, like it was about to jump. Then pulling away. At the time, we were going about 45, 50 miles an hour, and the melonhead was actually keeping up with us. He looked about the same height as me, 5 inches, 5 feet, 7 inches, and was wearing brown pants, and they were ripped up and held together in seams with like corn husks. Its head was a very light brown tint, and it had 2 holes in the sides of its head, which I think were ears. its head was swelled up and its eyes were very big looking. Just as we turned a curve, it jumped into the woods. So later on, the person that compiled these stories went to try to solve the melon head mystery and to see if there was a Dr. Crow that actually existed. And through their research, they could not find a Dr. Crow in any of the birth and death records in the time period that they believed, or it was rumored that this Dr. Crow story originated. This person even went to the library and found an article from the West Geauga Sun claiming that Dr. Crow had been influenced by Dr. Mendy and was experimenting on humans to increase the size of their heads. So it was according to this newspaper.
Just a little piece of info, guys. The whole basis supposedly behind this doctor, and that's the name I heard too, with Dr. Mendy doing this, was that if you increase the size of your head, okay, it's kind of dumb, especially with this guy being a doctor. But if you increase the size of your head, it gives more room for your brain to grow, meaning that you're going to, if your brain gets bigger, you're going to be more intelligent. Okay, so enlarging the size of the head gave more room for the brain to get bigger, in turn to make these people smarter, to make super geniuses, is what he was trying to do. Obviously, the man was mental. How true this is or not, the Dr. Mendy story is the one that I had heard. The Dr. Crow is the one that was depicted based on the urban legend. So there are people that I had talked to online that said that Dr. Mendy was real, that he was a bio, what the hell is it called? Hold on a minute. It's some type of a, I'm trying to remember exact term. I'd have to look it up. It's been a while, but bio something type of doctor, like not a true medical doctor, okay, and was experimenting and on this kind of shit and mutated. Some of the stories say that the heads grew, and just like this picture looks, and that some of them just deformed and had like dents in them and so on and so forth. Okay, and that when these people got away from this guy, they went off, lived in the woods, they bred with each other, in turn making all these extra mutilated, inbred, creepy looking, woods dwellers. In turn, which is where the Wrong Turn movies and shit came from, quote unquote.
Next, the person went to the health department to look up death certificates on the Chardon residents named Crow, or Crow, spelled CROWCROWE or KROH. And there were records of people, but none of them appeared to be doctors. They all died of natural causes, so it also didn't show that they were murdered by melon-headed children. So I think it's interesting that they did try to find this doctor.
Exactly, Lance.
So what they did find, unfortunately, is that it was apparently a man named Crow who moved to Ohio on Wiesner Road, and he was working on a cure for tuberculosis. But any connection between him and the Melonheads is non-existent. Did you know that our very own Lake Erie has its own Loch Ness monster or Lake Erie monster?
Okay, so this is the next story. This I have heard multiple stories about. And the stories I've heard is that it was some type of a uh, mutated eel type scenario creature, water creature, and due to Lake Erie being as toxic as it was for so long, there were chemicals dumped in Lake Erie, toxic, waste, and I guess you could say in some senses, and that's what happened with this thing that they're getting ready to talk about. It's got the, um, I think it was, let me remember, like a dog-shaped head with this snake-like, eel-like tail and body, but it's monstrously huge. I want to say that they said it was like 100, between 75 or 100 feet long. Waverly Hills was crazy. Yeah, that's a place I always wanted to get to. I never got to get there yet. Again, that was it was a tuberculosis clinic from what I understood, and then they did other things there too. So that's where they have the death tunnel at and all that other shit. But this Bessie, quote unquote, Lake Erie thing is based off of this story that she's going to tell here in a second.
It is known as Bessie, also a cryptid. There's an unknown creature, and it's called the South Bay Bessie, or just plain Bessie. It's supposedly a gray snake-like creature, 30 to 40 feet long. In 1793, Sandusky, Ohio, there was a ship called the Felicity, and they reported seeing this creature. One of my favorite ideas is when the French settlers down there in 1817, they had an incident near Toledo, and there were two brothers, and they encountered a huge monster on the beach. And my favorite part about that is that they were firing muskets at it. And I don't know if that's the scientific method or what, but so anyway, tales of a great serpent or some kind of strange creature living in Lake Erie. Also from Weird, Ohio, people report seeing this thing. It's supposedly able to live both on land and in the water. It is fierce, ugly, coiling thing, and they call it a snake or what you will, and it supposedly measures 25 or 30 feet long. Sounds in the background. Supposedly, there were some people that were vacationing near Cincinnati, and they saw some serpent while they were on a boat in Lake Erie. And they were so frightened that they clubbed the animal into submission, and they brought it on board their boat, and they placed it in a crate. So somebody named Harold Madison, who was the curator of the Cleveland Natural History Museum, came and went to Sandusky to look at it and pronounced the sea serpent to be an Indian python. And the two men mysteriously and quickly left town. But after further investigation, it was revealed that the men, one of whom had family ties in Sandusky, worked for a touring carnival. So it seemed to be set up to get publicity so people would go to the carnival. Also a hoax. So in 1993, Monster Mania was going crazy with stories of Bessie. And the national media actually grabbed a hold of the story of the monster and ran with it. So the Wall Street Journal, they took a more cynical approach, and it ran an article published on July 29th, 1993, characterizing the excitement as a clever marketing ploy to draw tourists into the small town of Huron as they sped towards Cedar Point. Huron did not take a particular interest in the beast and soon produced a crop of pseudo cryptozoologists and declared itself the National Live Capture and Control Center for Lake Erie monsters. So basically, it was kind of a trick to get people to go to Huron on their way, or if they were traveling to Cedar Point, which I think is kind of a clever idea. So there's David Davies, who is a biologist for the Ohio Division of Wildlife. He spends most of his time on the lake, and he says it's probably something closely related to a dinosaur. It looks like a brontosaurus, he thinks. He's just kind of joking around, but really, what it could be is a sturgeon. So here are some pictures of what they think that Bessie looks like from descriptions. But if you look right here, this is a sturgeon. And of course, caviar is the eggs from a sturgeon. And actually, what wasn't known as the Lake Erie waters at Sandusky were home to so many sturgeons that in the 1800s that it was also known as the caviar capital of the North America. And in fact, the sturgeon were nearly fished out of existence in Lake Erie, but are now making a comeback. And in the summer of 1998, a man off New York's Lake Erie shore.
Another real quick piece of info. I had told you guys, 93, when I got out of high school, I worked at Cedar Point for the summer. And at one point during that summer, there was a family of people that were out on the lake, which is in Sandusky, that claimed to have seen this thing while they were out on a boat, freaked out, called the Coast Guard over the radio, blah, 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 which the Coast Guard doesn't do a whole lot of work in Lake Erie, but local police, local fire departments went out looking for this shit, and nobody ever found anything. But just saying, another scenario that we had heard about when I was working at Cedar Point.
Caught a specimen measuring 7 feet 4 inches and weighing 250 pounds. But it was a sturgeon, of
That's
course.
a big ass
They
fish.
do look kind of prehistoric. So if you did see this thing flopping around, you could think that maybe possibly it's a monster or a serpent. There's a story here of a man that usually fishes near Vermilion, and he believes that there's monsters in the lake. And the first thing he would come into the town of Huron is he tried to make money off this monster somehow by, I don't know, faking that he had caught it or something. But that ended up being a hoax as well. So it's something to think about. There hasn't really been any photographic proof, and there's also not proof that it is a sturgeon, or maybe it's a dinosaur-like creature. I'm not sure. So
there's that. And there's we can go back and I can find more stuff on that at another date. I just don't want anybody to fall asleep on me. But there's that scenario. And a couple others from Ohio, the bridge scenarios. The big one of the day was going to be, was about the Bigfoot scenario. I'm sorry that the first part of it didn't work out, guys. I appreciate you hanging with me through that so I could play you the other part of it that I was going to show you. So does anybody have any questions or anything you want to add to this or anything before I shut down for the day? Anybody, anything at all? Are you guys still awake? Who's left in here, I should say? I know a lot of you guys kind of drifted off. This was a long stream, guys, but I just kind of wanted to hit. If I would have had all the problems, it wouldn't have been so long. So I'm sorry about that. So Waverly Hills is another one I'm going to find a way to get to because that's a really interesting story. But what's going on? What do you guys think about all this? Give me some input. Give me some input, guys. Give me some input. I figured you'd still be here, Brandy. It's showing they're reading that there's 6 in here left, but I don't know who's here, who's not. So, what do you guys think? Because I'm gonna need to shut this down and leave it here for today until we can catch back up. I don't know if I'll be doing this tomorrow morning. My wife is off. We got some stuff to do, but that's me too, Brandy. I don't believe it until I see it. Um, the uh, the Bigfoot story from 1978. That one was. It's always been interesting to me. Um, but I would still like to see something for me to believe it. But we're gonna hit on so many other things, guys. There's so many different things I want to go over, so it should be interesting. Did you guys enjoy this at all? I mean, of course, if you did, please hit the like button. If not, let me know, and I'll know how to turn this and make it work better to be more entertaining for you guys. Just give me some input. What you guys think? You know, minus the issues I had, of course. There's lots more where that came from, Lance. Lots more. There's a lot of shit actually just in my state alone. So, but we got things all over the place where all you guys are. So, what do you think? Should I keep going with this kind of stuff? Should I change it up? What do you think? Okay, there's one. Good to hear. Good to hear. Entertaining. Good. 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 That's 2 of you guys. I don't know who else is in here, honestly. So you want me to change it up? How do you want me to change it up, Strike? Give me some ideas, bro. Obviously, it's going to be different. I'm not going to stick with this same exact scenario, but there's going to be all sorts of different things. I have to figure out how to do this without the copyright issues and stuff like that. That's where I got to work on. I think I'm going to try to download a copyright checker. So, what do you think I could do to change it up, Strike? It would be more interesting for you. And the point is I'm going to try to do something different every stream. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Absolutely. That's what I'm going to do. I just was in Ohio today because I'm from Ohio. I figured that would be a good marker to start with. But it's going to be all sorts of different shit from different states, bro. By all means, there's too many different stories, places, things that I can hit on. I mean, I'm talking about. Listen, this was just today's episode of shit, but I'm gonna do ghost stories and hauntings and haunted old TB hospitals, stuff like the Jersey Devil, possibly, eh, all sorts of different paranormal, quote unquote, type scenarios, which is why I'm calling it the Odd Files because there's everything about it's going to be different. It's something odd. There's stories about different houses that people were murdered, like Lizzie Borden, stuff like that. Just a bunch of different things in different areas all over the place. Absolutely, Brandy, please do. And I will do that. I will find all over the place, guys. All over the place. We got 50 states to pick from, and I can find shit everywhere. I can absolutely find shit everywhere. So that's the whole basis of it. But that's kind of how it's going to go. Obviously, a little bit better once I get into it. And any help helps. Brandy, if you got stuff that you want to pull up, give it to me, and I'll start digging and blah blah blah. We can do this. I'm telling you. I think it'd be fun. I just want to know if you guys kind of like that's kind of like the basis of how it's going to go. You know, so good deal. But yeah, it's going to be something different every time in a different place, different style of thing. Also, it's all going to be different. It's not going to be the same thing every time by any means. I'm not going to sit here and go through everything in Ohio. I'm going to try to hit every state I can. That way, it kind of form fits to everybody that's been anywhere. You guys can see different scenarios of different, say ghosts or demon inhabitations, or like the Bessie thing, or the uh, exactly, just a little bit of everything and a little bit of everywhere. That's kind of what I want to do with it. So if you guys are good with that, then we can keep going with it. I just wanted to make sure you guys were cool with it. That's all. And there's a few other that people that weren't here today, Pam and Sassy and all them. We're all into it too. So if it seems like it's working out, once I can get all this copyright shit down and figure it out. But I appreciate the input from you guys. It's all about what you guys want. So, and I think that we can go through it and talk it out. Give me your guys' opinions, how true or false you think it is, and so on and so forth. So, good deal. That's what we'll do. So, I want to thank you guys all for being here. Of course, Lance and Brandy, Heather. Yeah, I'm going to continue to do that stuff too with Summer, Lance. Definitely going to keep doing the Summer Wells thing until that's done. And there'll be a couple other stories that I'll hit on too. The true crime thing is what I started doing due to my interest, but I want to kind of add all this stuff into that too. I'll have different variations of stuff at different times. So yes, thank you so much, Lance and Brandy, Heather, Strike First, of course, Belinda, Robin. Let's see who else we got. It was in here today. There's a lot of people in and out here at different times. My numbers were popping all over the place, up and down. Miss Chrissy was here today. It was great to see you, Chrissy. Please come back at any given time. I enjoyed having you here. Let me see. Pam probably still isn't feeling real well. That's probably why she wasn't in here. Mr. Popper Jack, of course. Let's see here. We have Guido. Excuse me. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Whistle, Miss Debs, Gray Bouchard. I appreciate you jumping in here today, sir. Another new person. Let's see. What else did we have in here? I don't think I'm missing anybody. I think that's gonna Pumpkin Patch, of course. There was a couple other people that I missed. I know I did. Well, all of you guys, you know what I'm gonna say. I love you guys to death. I hope you guys have an amazing day. Yeah, of course, the trolls. Thanks so much for the views. I appreciate it. Yes, the Crescent Hotel. I absolutely do know. I actually watched something on that one last week, so that's kind of cool. You said that. Um, so all of you guys, thank you so much once again for spending the morning with me, early afternoon. Um, Next time, I don't think it's going to go this long. Like I said, if I wouldn't have had the technical issues, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But I appreciate you hanging with me for that time, putting up with the bullshit, and walking through the rest of it with me. So once again, I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day. As always, I love you guys to death. Thank you so much for your support. Of course, hit that like button. And anybody that has donated, thank you so much for the donations. This wouldn't be possible for that. Um, wouldn't be possible to do without that. Anybody else that is interested in still donating, it's still sitting there. You're more than welcome to, and it's definitely appreciated. Like I said, it can do nothing but make my computer faster and better. So thank you guys for helping me put this computer together. Again, we wouldn't be doing this on that laptop at all. That is a dinosaur. So thank you guys so much for this, so much for that. In the future, if there are any more, I appreciate all that. Um, yeah, there's even another one, the black-eyed children. I'm gonna do. So there's a lot of them, guys, and all over the United States. It's crazy. There's so much crazy shit. It's awesome though. So again, you guys have a great, 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 amazing day. I don't know about tonight as far as that goes, but maybe. And I don't know about tomorrow morning. We'll see. But if not, you guys will see me the next day, at least in the morning for sure. So again, thank you so much. I love you guys to death. Have a great, great day, and I will see you soon. Bye bye.